Hello everybody, Jake your resident content cowboy here, yeehaw, as I'm going to talk about my favorite Pokemon inside Pokemon Unite, the one and only Dodrio. Dodrio is a hit-and-run speedster who specializes in diving in and out of fights while dealing massive damage. Her unmatched speed makes her nigh uncatchable as she roams all across Sky Ruins to fight and run down her enemies. Dodrio requires expert trainers with a need for speed who can deftly utilize her unique scoring and targeting mechanics while keeping her on the move to make the most out of her passive. It's a lot to keep track of, so let's begin at the starting line.
Ready, go!
Doduo in Dodrio's passive Runaway has two parts. When near enemy Pokemon, this Pokemon gains a small boost to their movement speed. Additionally, this Pokemon becomes increasingly faster the longer they're in motion, up to a cap indicated by the sprint gauge below the health bar. Slowing down or stopping entirely depletes the sprint gauge rapidly, so be sure to watch your speed and keep it high. When scoring, Doduo divides up the AO's points evenly between their two heads if possible, and takes turns scoring one after the other. After all, 2 goals are better than 1. Similarly, Dodrio will divide up the points 3 ways before taking turns to score. After all, 3 goals are better than 2. However, for the purposes of scoring items like Attack Weight or Aeos Cookie, Doduo and Dodrio must score all their points for the items to grant their stat boosts. Doduo's basic attack becomes boosted every 3rd attack, dealing additional damage. This Pokemon gains a stronger boosted basic attack when they reach and maintain their max speed. Performing a basing attack in this state will have Doduo charge forward in the direction they are facing, dealing damage to enemies in the way, and reduce ability cooldowns if this attack hits an enemy. Sprint boosted basic attacks can also traverse over small walls and other obstacles. Note that unlike normal basic attacks, Doduo and Dodrio's sprint boosted basic attacks will not automatically turn to attack enemies. Doduo's first basic ability is Peck. Doduo stops and jabs her beaks forward, dealing damage to enemies hit. If the sprint gauge is full, Doduo dashes forward in the direction she is facing, dealing bonus damage and consuming the gauge. Note that a sprint boosted Peck can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Doduo's second basic ability is Quick Attack. Doduo dashes forward and gains increased movement speed for a short duration and deals damage to those in the way. If Quick Attack hits an enemy Pokemon, the move's cooldown is slightly reduced. Like Peck, this ability can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Once Doduo levels up to 5, they evolve into Dodrio for getting Peck to learn either Tri-Attack or Drill Peck. If Dodrio puts her heads together to learn Tri-Attack, she swings her 3 heads together in a cone, damaging enemies and randomly applying one of 3 effects: Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis. If Dodrio's sprint gauge is full, Tri-Attack instead shoots out 3 ranged projectiles in a designated direction, with only the first projectile that hits a target applying a stronger Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis depending on its type and color. Burn decreases an opponent's attack stat and deals damage over time, and Freeze decreases an opponent's movement speed, while Paralysis decreases an opponent's attack speed and movement speed, albeit to a lesser degree than Freeze. After this move is used, Dodrio's next basic attack is Empowered, dealing additional damage and healing Dodrio for a portion of her max health. Dodrio can hold 2 charges of Tri-Attack to use one after the other. When the move upgrades at level 11, the basic attack following this move heals even more health than before. Additionally, sprint boosted basic attacks will reduce Tri-Attack's cooldown if it hits an opponent.
You'll almost always want to use the sprint boosted version of Tri-Attack for the additional damage and range, unless you need a quick burst of damage to finish off a low HP opponent. Why attack once when you can do it 3 times? Tri-Attack is the only move in her arsenal, not including her Unite move, that allows her to aim independent of her movement. This gives Dodrio some flexibility in her positioning and allows her to keep some distance while dealing damage. Though the debuff effects are random, you have a pretty good chance of slowing your opponents with this move, making it a decent option for chasing and escaping. Tri-Attack is often used to soften enemies up for you and your allies from the outskirts of battle before charging in with your sprint, boosted basic attack, or other abilities to finish them off.
If you're feeling peckish, Dodrio can instead learn Drill Peck. Dodrio drives her sharp beaks forward, dealing damage with each of her 3 heads. If the move is used while going full speed, Drill Peck shoves enemies forward.
between 5 bozos. Perhaps it was. I mean, anyone who plays Unite, as I said, on purpose ever is probably considered in the bozo classification on some level. But regardless, it was a great match. They ended up I mean, 2-0, but still, Micro and Cheese looked pretty good throughout that set. I mean, 5 bozos clearly was the team to beat in that case. I love seeing the Zoroark Comfey come. Well, I can't say I love seeing a Zoroark Comfey ever, but I enjoy watching a Zoroark Comfey. So it was definitely an interesting match to see, but I'm excited to get into this next one.
So muted. Oh my gosh,
Were
I'm
you?
throwing. I'm throwing. Yeah, I'm
I
throwing.
didn't even notice.
I know. It's
I
because I was
so
muted because I was doing the thing with the production thing. You know how it goes. You know how it goes, Husky.
Yeah,
I always
can
gotta
hear
throw
Kyle.
at least
Guys,
once.
trust. Guys, trust. Bree texted me like on my phone to tell me that you're muted and I didn't even see it. I can hear him, so that's really all that matters. We don't really need to none of you need to hear Kyle as long as I'm hearing him. So just trust. But we've got our bans coming out. Unsurprising set of bans. We know that Darkrai is not allowed in this tournament. So that means that Psyduck is our probably permaban for the evening, and we also get a couple of expected bans. Mimikyu got that little slap on the wrist nerf, but other than that, definitely earns its space in the ban slot.
Mimikyu is still broken after all this time. And I'm not surprised. Same thing with Miraidon. Miraidon's been just such a pest lately, and somehow it continuously avoids getting nerfed in these patches.
Yeah, Mimikyu is something that is a thing, and Miraidon is also something that's a thing. I feel like that's really the most that I can say about those two things. But we do have some other things happening in the draft right now. We've got the Blissey Crustle front line locked in, and we saw the Garchomp in the previous set, and the Garchomp has been a Pokemon that has looked really solid, but its top lane matchup will be this Buzzwole, which is another recently buffed Pokemon that's been looking really solid in these games.
Gonna take a look to see any sus on the Buzzwole. Is gonna be really tough to deal with. Buzzwole did receive some buffs in one of the more recent patches, so it's gonna be a tough Pokemon to deal with. We'll see how they line it up right now. Rocking that focus band. We'll see, exactly if they're gonna be going, the Suckswole build with that one or Suckswole. Yeah, it's so crazy. Rosiah though, locking in that Mewtwo Y.
I actually like this. Again, I don't like Mewtwo Y ever, but I actually like this pairing with the Garchomp and the Blissey. So you're going to have the Helping Hand Safeguard likely because you have those two auto attacker Pokemon. That does mean that they will not have any healing on their side, and the Eldegoss is on the opposite side. So that's why you see this Bangle on the Scyther on Parasite to try to prevent some of that healing a little bit. But other than that, I mean, I enjoy this comp over here. The Mewtwo Y Blissey, the classic from 2023. We remember those days. I know many of us trauma blocked that out of our brains, but the Mewtwo Y Blissey is back.
It's back. It's better than ever. Maybe not better than ever, but it's still pretty oppressive. I'll be interested to see, though. I mean, this Ego team is a team that a lot of people had really expected to perform really well tonight. And we're kind of talking backstage. For some reason, my team names aren't working right now, but Ego is going to be on your right side, and Brouhaha, there's 3 Ha's, going to be on your purple side right now.
A third Ha was recently added.
Yeah.
A third Ha has hit the Pokemon Unite team name.
The third Ha. Alrighty, game number 1. Winners bracket quarters are up next. We're gonna see where Brouhaha takes these Pokemon. Blissey, Gabite, or Gipple, gonna be heading towards this top lane. A very strong start.
I mean, I think all of the lanes are looking really good. There's not a weak lane on any side right now for either of these teams. You've got this LD Buzzwole just devastating basic attacks, and the same thing on the opposite side. You gotta get the Gibble Cheese. You cannot forget about the Gibble Cheese.
The Gibble Cheese is very strong right now, especially with how good Safeguard is. Once it gets to that level 4, and hopefully, you'd have your Gabite by then. But even this early game, people don't expect what this Gibble can do early on.
Yeah, but they do not get that secure right there. Here comes the Pursuit Absol jumping in. Just little couple hits there to try to scare that Gibble away. They will do it, but we actually have, I was saying it was going to be a Scyther. That is a Scizor, Kyle.
Scizor did receive some buffs recently, and we're finally getting to see Parasite on this Pokemon. We'll see if this Dwebble is able to evolve. Should be able to with that 14-point dunk here. 850 birds coming to fruition. Here comes Absol looking to chase down this Gibble. And not only that, they're going to get some points in. 18 points for Buzzwole. Absol adding a couple more, and now we have an Eldegoss. All of this Altaria family going over to Ego.
And on the opposite side, I mean, we kind of had what the teams are doing in lane trading, just trying to win one lane if they can get it. Look at this Absol getting very low. Here comes Parasite on that Scizor, looking to take that Absol down, but they have a Pursuit available, able to run away, and that was not a great situation there for Brouhaha.
This Buzzwole is looking crazy. Anisus getting a double KO there, adding insult to injury, sending multiple members of Brouhaha packing back to the Pokemon Center. 8-minute Burr's going to be spawning in the middle. We have this Inteleon, currently a Drizzile, looking to get involved there. But in the top lane, Anisus is bullying this Chansey.
God, that poor little Chansey just not able to do anything. But Ranma is in the central area. 4 members of Brouhaha are also there, but not able to get anything just yet. Here comes the Scizor. They're looking for the Absol. They will get it. That's going to be a big KO for them, even though they do go down there. That's kind of exactly what they need. They need to take down that Absol before they get too ahead.
Looking to push a little bit forward is Ego. We have Buzzwole again, looking to just invade at any moment's notice. It's 7:20. We do not have a Gabite. We do not have a Chansey, or we do not have a Blissey. Still that Chansey. We do get the Gabite finally, but right now, Ego is really controlling this game as they get another KO. Crustle now heading back to the Pokemon Center.
Not having this Blissey at level 4 is just detrimental, and they're not letting them get any last hits. Ego is just going forward, making sure that they can get any last hits possible, because they do not want to give the opportunity for the purple side team to come back here, and they will just go for this Regice.
Regice taken down. Absol getting the last hit here. Gonna be pushing forward, looking on this T1 goal. Not quite able to. Met by a wall from the Crustle. 30 points looking to go in from this Slowbro. Unable to get it. Here comes the Midnight Slash from Absol. Blissey goes down. Nice snipe shot from Inteleon. Here comes the Red Illusion dive to defend, but they're just going back to the Pokemon Center as Ego is taking control. Inteleon getting a couple KOs.
I mean, this top path going so poorly for this Gabite Blissey really just hurt any chances that Brouhaha might have had. And there goes Buzzwole just pushing in this Regieleki into the top path all by themselves, getting a double KO to boot. And Parasite doesn't have a single chance. This Buzzwole is level 11, Kyle.
Level 11 at 6 minutes, and Anisus is not done. Looking to take out the Blissey. Oh, snipe shot just a little bit wide. Doesn't matter. Another 40 points going in for this Ego team, and it's looking pretty bad right now if you're Brouhaha. You need to find something.
This is not their game. It definitely, I mean, this beginning of the game has just not been going well for them. The Blissey getting KO'd mid-air. Parasite not able to do anything against this team. Here comes the Mewtwo Unite move. But look at this, it's still a Gabite, not even level 9 yet on the Garchomp.
Oh, that's pretty rough. A nice little overcap here from Slowbro. Gets a nice little 35-point overcap. 325 to 30 is your score now, nearing this halfway mark. If you're Brouhaha, you need to find something. You have a couple objectives that are going to be coming up here in the next couple of seconds, but we'll see where they decide to go. They are starting to line up this basement path.
I think that this team just needs to start moving as a group here. You need to get Garchomp online. Letting the Garchomp just stay back and farm, get some levels is probably your best bet. Getting a couple points in is good here, but here comes the Slowbro Unite move. Bliss assistance also will come out, and they will pick up the Slowbro. This could be what Brouhaha needs to start getting their levels back together.
There we go. Absol is looking to Unite move. They are able to do so. Not quite able to get the KO from it, but they are able to get this Regieleki into that top lane, so that is going to push towards that center path. But Garchomp, meanwhile, able to take down the Reggie in this basement path.
We have the Cotton Cloud Crash now coming out, keeping the team very healthy. Garchomp will go down once again, and now Blissey just by themselves trying to defend this base. Regieleki, this is a disaster. They go down while Inteleon gets a triple KO in the bottom path, and with 4 minutes on the clock, the Regieleki walks into the base.
That is pretty massive there for Ego. I finally got the scores updated, or the names to work, but I had to do it a little bit differently. Scissor, though, going down into the central area. Absol looking to pursuit on, but they're going to be getting KO'd by the Blissey. However, Ego is able to push forward another 30 points, making another 8 going in from this Buzzwole as well, and they are just leaving their foot on the gas. No break right now, but I don't know, Husky, this might be a cookie jar moment. Their hands might have been caught as Buzzwole goes down.
This is painful to watch, but even though the Buzzwole goes down here, they still are really just putting the pressure on and not stopping. But they will pick up the Buzzwole. The Scizor also looking for the Inteleon. They will get a double KO, and the levels aren't looking that bad anymore. We have the level 13 on the Scizor, and we're going to be looking for that level 13 on the Garchomp and the Mewtwo. So it is very possible for them to come back here, but so far, Ego has not really given them a second to breathe.
Not a single second. There's going to be a top Regieleki, which could push into that center base once again. And that's another potential win condition for this Ego team. However, Eldegoss getting KO'd there. Absol looking to take down the Crustle, but thinks twice about it, and they're going to go for this Scissor instead. However, Parasite standing up really strong. Like you said, level 13. That Pokemon's also going to be really tough to deal with.
I think you might have been right about your cookie jar moment, because now Ego can't really roll over Brouhaha the way they were before. I mean, you get Buzzwole picked off, you have the level 13 now on 2 of your carries on Brouhaha. We will have the Regieleki walking towards the base, so Brouhaha still is going to be on the back foot, but a Registeel to go with their Rayquaza fight is always a nice side dish, Kyle.
We'll see if they're going to be eaten well after that side dish, or if they're going to be, if they are too stuffed for the main course, which is this Rayquaza that has just hit the Thea Skies. It's a huge lead for Ego. They're going to need to find a way to keep Brouhaha away from this pit, and this is a good start. Looking to take down this Blissey, but a good response from this Mewtwo. Right onto the Absol. They get the KO. Slow Beam right onto the Mewtwo. Buzzwole's going to pick them up. Blissful Assist right onto them. We have the Buzzwole going in with their Unite move, but no KOs found for Ego.
Wow, just already the Absol going down. That's exactly the problem that you have with Absol, and this Mewtwo-Y just staying nice and healthy. They pick up the Eldegoss as well. The Azure Spy Vision now coming out for Inteleon, looking for some KOs, but they just have to back up, and this Buzzwole has gone down here. Double KO for Mewtwo-Y.
Holy cow, so much A-press pressure from Brouhaha. They're going to look to start ripping this Rayquaza. Nice Night Shot takes out the Garchomp. Scissor takes out the Absol once again. This might be Brouhaha's time. They need to find a secure Rayquaza so low, and it's Blissey. No, it's Mewtwo getting the secure Brouhaha. They might be getting the last laugh of this one, Husky.
No way. There's 50 seconds left and a lot of shields on Brouhaha, but there goes Buzzwole breaking one of them. Mewtwo-Y has to get out of there now. Blissey will get another 100 in, but Eldegoss is back having some points. Scizor grabbing 100 here, but it's still
short
in the lead, but there are still some shields on Brouhaha. They could make something happen here, Kyle.
They need to find some points. 12 points is not going to cut it for this Crustle. We see Absol trying to chip away at that shield. They don't know if they're winning or not. Both teams kind of sitting back, not quite sure how to act right now. Scissor, Parasite trying to find a way to that center base. Here comes Absol. Midnight Slash is going to break down that shield. Ego might be holding on. Blissey almost had their 50, but that's not gonna cut it. Ego holds on for dear life, and I think they're
Ow.
taking this game 1.
Wow, not enough in the pockets, and I mean, that's why having such a strong lead in the mid game going into the late game is so important because it is Ego coming out on top 460 to 412, but they really did try to throw that game, Kyle.
Oh, I was really impressed by the composure of Brouhaha in that match. They may not have gotten the win, but they really understood exactly what they needed to do in the moments to try to get back into the game. They clawed and fought their way back. They got the Rayquaza, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
But look at the composition of Ego. When you actually break down that comp, you have 2 Pokemon that are your core carries that fall off really heavily in that final fight, and that is Absol and Buzzwole. And we saw Absol get KO'd twice without using their Unite move in that final fight. That's just kind of what happens to speedsters. And Buzzwole's another one that dominates in the early game, but struggles in that last fight because it's really only a single target hitter. And you have a lot of hitters on the opposite side, a lot of carries over there, the Mewtwo Y, the Scizor that can brawl similarly there. And as soon as the Buzzwole can't get to you, you can just kind of get gunned down there by the opposite side. And Brouhaha did a really great job playing into those weaknesses.
Brouhaha did fantastic. I mean, you gotta really give them credit where it's due. It seemed like they were dead in the water for a majority of that match, and like we said, they fought their way back. Might have had that cookie jar moment, right? Getting a couple of crucial picks in that late game that really enabled that Scizor to stay alive, and it was really tough for Ego to deal with it in that late game. You had that level 13 Scizor, you had the level 13 Garchomp. Those are strong Pokemon right now.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Buzzwole pick, and the Buzzwole did a really great job of just staying in the top path the entire time and just winning that path over and over again. They pushed in 2 Regielekis completely by themselves, and they were just farming the opposite side. And Brouhaha remained composed, like you said, and they just kind of focused their efforts elsewhere. They were like, well, we're not getting this Buzzwole until we get something online for the late game, so we have to play for Ray. That's our only win condition, and at this point, we need the Buzzwole to just do whatever it wants. They were able to get a good couple picks there when they overextended a bit. The cookie jar moment, as we said, certified cookie jar moment. But still, Ego was able to hold on by the skin of their teeth. But I think that they have a discussion to have with themselves right now of we should not have let it get that close.
You gotta calm down. I mean, they weathered the storm, right? The worst case scenario almost happened, but they were able to weather it. So even though like you won that game, you're up 1-0, you gotta feel a little bit cautious here because that is tough. Yeah, like you said, you kind of have to have those conversations in the chat. Be like, okay, this is what we need to not do when we get into this situation, because with a team like Ego, they're very strong, right? We expect them to perform well. So we expect them to be in probably a similar situation at some point in this tournament. How do you handle it? How do you respond? And how do you make sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah. I mean, you got to draw the line between keeping the pressure on and retreat. Those 2 pings that are on everybody's chat wheel. You got to see how far does keep the pressure on go before you start spamming the retreat and the thanks pings and the check it out pings and yell at your teammates for hanging out in the enemy jungle for too long. And I think that's kind of what happened to Ego there. They were excited, they were winning, and you have to push and make sure that you're not letting the other team come back. But there is a line there where as soon as you start pushing and inting, for lack of a better term, you end up just losing a lot of experience over to the opposite side. And then we see situations like that in the final fight where you let the Garchomp get the level 13, you let the Mewtwo Y get the Bliss Assistance on top of it, and the Absol get absolutely dusted in the middle before it can even use the Midnight Slash, and then you're kind of washed at that point. So they did win, but I think once again, Ego is going to really have to craft their draft around making sure that they don't lose that late game fight again.
You have to. You really have to. I'm excited to see how they bounce back. They really controlled the tempo a majority of that match, but like you said, like that last fight, that was scary.
Yeah.
And you mentioned those 2 pigs, the retreat and the keep the pressure. I don't know about you,
but
but
a retreat.
every time I want to say put the pressure on, like, oh, we have a really good advantage, I get that little snapback where it moves over
Yeah,
to
where I
retreat, and
accidentally
then I'm
ping
like, no,
retreat.
I meant put the pressure
No,
on.
the same
And
thing.
then
I'm like trying to ping retreat for my team who's trying to push tier 2 at, like 4 minutes or
Yeah.
something like that, and they don't have any Unite moves. The entire enemy team's standing there. They have jump pad available, and I try to ping retreat, and of course that's the moment that it pings keep the pressure on.
they need to
Always.
be like on
Always.
opposite sides. Like they're too close.
Yeah.
So, I've done
Gather
that
here
so
becomes
many
keep the
times.
pressure on. Yeah, no, it's and you know what? Nintendo Switch is the Nintendo Switch, and I play with Joy-Cons. So that's where we're at.
Same. Let's take a look. Let's kind of take a look at the bracket. I think teams are still getting ready. Let's take a peek at the bracket. I think that's in the bingo board. Let's take a peek. Kind of where we are in the
You guys still
bracket.
playing bingo
I
in
think
chat?
we're
Is
still
that
playing
a
bingo.
command?
I think there's a bingo.
If you guys exclamation point bingo in chat, you can get a bingo card for stupid things that me and Kyle say on cast. If you want to play along, you can feel free. But look at our bracket here. Ego did have a bye in the first round, so they were seated high enough where it is expected that they would have immediately won winners round 1, and it is expected that they would win this round as well, and Brouhaha is putting up a fight here.
Brouhaha definitely putting up a fight. Looked pretty good in that game, that first game. It probably like the last 2 minutes of that game, they looked really strong. We'll ignore the first 8, but it's
Yeah.
very strong.
That's all that the first 8 doesn't matter when
Yeah,
Ray's on the board.
most of the time, right?
Yeah.
I'm very surprised to see Don't Sleep getting O2'd there by Team Star. I can't remember exactly who was on Team Star, but Don't Sleep, one of those teams that performed really well in UCS, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, made top 8.
Team Star has Tony Val, Goldito, Dude Tony, Falapa, Kamango, and Hungry. I actually don't recognize any of those names.
Oh, okay. Maybe this might be a new team to kind of look out for. Yeah, because I don't recognize many of those players either. So excited to see how they line up with some of these other teams that we were kind of familiar with.
Yeah, and Don't Sleep, for those of you who don't know, it has Mal on it and Bats, Kirtan, a lot of players that are pretty familiar in the grassroots scene. So and honestly the UCS scene as well. They tend to go pretty far in a lot of these tournaments. So they're gonna be looking for the losers bracket run of a lifetime here. They are in their losers round 1 match currently. So we'll be waiting to hear what happens there as we get through the rest of the winners quarterfinal.
I'm looking at the teams right now. They're still waiting on one person to get in the lobby. Might have had like a disconnect or something, but once we get that
Well,
going,
get into the lobby.
yeah,
Come on now.
You know,
Skill issue.
you know,
Skill issue. Internet problems, skill issue.
OBS problems, skill issue.
Skill issue.
Team
That's what I'm
name
saying.
overlay issues, skill issue.
Yeah, I've been
Not
saying that.
muting yourself
that.
or not unmuting yourself in OBS,
Skill issue.
skill
yeah.
issue.
Yeah, Kyle's win rate tonight is
My
really
win
bad,
rate
so
is I probably less than 50%.
a lot of L's, but you know.
We're taking some L's.
It's okay because he has a really great duo to carry him.
That's so
and
true.
That's me.
That's so true.
And I have my win rate's great. I don't lose.
You
We
haven't messed
stay
up
winning.
a single time tonight, so.
No, we stay winning. Besides, I can't speak, regular words, but skill issue.
We have, I think, almost everybody in the lobby. So once we get the ready signs, we'll get the game number 2 going. But yeah, Ego's looking pretty strong in that first 8 minutes. Kind of held on towards that late game. Not quite how they imagined that late game going, but you still got to be happy. Anytime that you could win game 1, you're going to be at least happy. They may not be fully happy with how they won, but being up 1-0, it's always a good place to be.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that we should discuss what the potential draft might look like, because I did point out earlier that having Pokemon that don't scale super well into the late game as your main carries might be a little bit difficult, and that hence the struggles there in the Rayquaza fight. So I really did like how the Buzzwole performed, but maybe you switch out that Absol for something that scales a little bit better into the late game, or just have some bottom lane attacker that plays really well into the late game just to make sure you don't lose the advantage that you're getting. And I mean, on the opposite side, I feel like Brouhaha had a really good composition, and they just need to come together in the end. I mean, we were saying safeguard Blissey, but it ended up being soft-boiled Blissey. I feel like that was probably due to how late the Blissey came online, and you realize, like, yeah, no, I'm gonna need the healing there.
I love Safeguard Blissey. I think it's one of the strongest Pokemon right now. I'm surprised that more teams aren't banning it because it's hard to deal with. Like
Mhm.
maybe with Poke you can kind of deal with it, but any like brawly type comms just really struggle with it unless they could find and like wait out the safeguard. But look at this already. Brouhaha really didn't want to handle that Inteleon or any sus on that Buzzwole, so they're going to target ban those two characters.
Yeah, they're going for the target bans. I wonder if that means they'll pick up Miraidon or Mimikyu first, which were the two previous bans from last game, or if they want to just go with that Blissey that's been so strong for them. We'll have to see what they go with for the first pick, but that will give Ego the opportunity to get some of these more interesting picks. And no, they go with the Zacian first pick, which we didn't see in the last game picked or banned. So that's interesting.
Yeah, LA taking the Zacian. I think Zacian, probably one of the best top laners still, hasn't really been touched a whole lot in terms of nerfs the last few patches. So it seems like a lot of teams still are prioritizing it. A thing that teams, I'm not surprised. I am surprised that this is the first time we're seeing it, is the Blastoise receiving a bit of a buff recently. So this is the first time we're going to get to see that tonight.
You know how I feel about Top Path Blastoise.
I know.
God, I hate it so much. But the Crustle is getting locked in again, so that's going to be the tank pick once again for Brouhaha. Helmet Swag plays really well on that Pokemon. I think it's one of the comfort picks for them. So seeing them back on it, definitely a positive, but they did give the Blissey over to Ego. I imagine with the Blastoise in the top path, they will likely be a healing Blissey, but they do have safeguard items on right now, so we will have to see what the rest of their comp looks like.
I like this Snorlax. What thinking about last time we had Underdunk, we saw a ton of Snorlax. Granted, it was Zugrug playing it with, one of the better defender picks, but I still think Snorlax has a place in the meta because of how much CC it has. Oh,
Pick it, please.
do it. Make Husky happy, Parasite.
Pick it. Yeah. Meowscarada locked in for game number 2. Now I have to root for Brouhaha. They also get the Miraidon, which was banned previously, and that will give Ego the opportunity to lock in that Mimikyu. But noticeably, Ego is lacking range. They have nothing ranged on their side besides, I guess, Blastoise basic attacks, but that's about it.
Yeah, not a whole, like you said, not a whole lot of range, but I do like this Mimikyu to help shut down that Meowscarada. Mimikyu notoriously strong into those speedster type Pokemon. But the thing that I worry about is Mimikyu cannot get on top of this Miraidon. These charge beams, which I assume that they're going to go, seeing that they are kind of going, with the Cursed Incense build, I imagine we'll see some charge beams. But if they're not able to get to that backline, those charge beams are going to go off and they're going to cause havoc for Ego.
Yeah, I think that having the charge beam in the backline where there's no backline for Ego that outranges that, I think is going to be really strong. The problem is just going to end up being the fact that this Urshifu, which is likely going to be Dry Bear, jumping into that backline, and the Mimikyu that can also really heavily get into that backline might be really difficult for Brouhaha to handle. But they have the Crustle, they have the walls available, and they have the kind of pseudo midline kind of frontline tankier brawler that Zacian is that can distract from the Miraidon getting jumped on, but we will have to see how they play it. Game number 2.
Game 2, Brouhaha taking the Sprigatito into the central area. Look at that thing, it's so cute. You never get to see it anymore, so I'm excited to see how this goes. I know you're very excited about it too.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing the cat come into play. I mean, it got nerfs a while back and just has not been touched since. So it's still very strong. I think it's way stronger than people give it credit for, but with this invade, to see how strong it really is up against this Snorlax looking for Secure, they will get it here, but Parasite doesn't have a ton of HP, and Snorlax did the job of being annoying.
Being annoying indeed. Doesn't get the buff, but able to stall a little bit of time and kind of prevent that evolution from happening as much as possible. Brouhaha able to get a lot of this central farm with the last hitting ability from that Miraidon. However, top lane not going so great. However, there's a little bit of a trade here. Eldegoss takes out the Mimikyu while Meowscarada going down at the hands of Ego.
Noticeably, the Blastoise is playing bottom path attacker instead of top path. So I guess I can't really say I hate top path Blastoise this time because it's not top path Blastoise, it's bot path Blastoise, which is now a Wartortle at level 5.
Hey, it's not suffering that normal fate that you see in most of your solo queue Wartortles. It's evolved before 7 minutes, so we love to see that from Ego. However, we are going to see more of these teams kind of step off a little bit, farm up some of their levels. A little bit of trading going on, but Ego able to take this Dark Bear and secure a lot of the farm in the top path.
The fact that Dark Bear was able to get online and be the same level as this Zacian when Kubfu has a tragically horrendous early game is fantastic for Ego right now. Having them at level 6, higher level than the Zacian, having the Blissey with them, just hanging out, vibing together is going to be big.
Ooh, big KO. Meowscarada able to take out the Mimikyu. That's a nice KO if you're Brouhaha. Now they're looking to push this advantage. Looking to push this T1 pad. Snorlax on a heavy slam onto the backline. Grab a berry before re-entering this fight. Here comes Miraidon once again. Throwing those charge beams right into the heart of Ego. Blissey goes down. Snorlax taking a nap, but they're going to be taking the nap into the Pokemon Center. Shadow Sneak does tag the Meowscarada. Here comes Mimikyu, but a nice little peel there from the Crustle keeps them safe.
Meowscarada was getting those Flower Trick resets there, but not enough damage on that last Flower Trick to end up KOing the Mimikyu, so they will go down, but Crustle does get a little bit of a revenge KO there, making sure the Mimikyu does not make it out without heading back to the Pokemon Center for a little bit of a refresh. Most of that farm, I believe, went over to Brouhaha there, so definitely early game looking a bit better here. Zacian also picking up a KO in the top path.
Altaria was looking to take up a KO too on that Zacian, however, able to get some scores in. Reg Ice hits the map in this basement path. Mimikyu looking to Shadow Sneak tag, however, it goes a little bit wide right. Regi's getting chunked down here. Blastoise starting the fight a little bit early. Here comes the Floral Flourish from Meowscarada. Here comes the Secure. It is Snorlax in the Hayfire, able to get the Secure for Ego.
Unfortunately, this Meowscarada is just getting a little bit too excited jumping in. Knowing the Mimikyu has a Unite move there, I don't think that you can make that play. You throw the Flower Trick on, and obviously it's sitting on top. They know that you're going to try to use it to secure, so the Mimikyu is just going to jump right on top of that Meowscarada, make sure that it cannot press its Flower Trick move, and gives the Snorlax a perfect opportunity for a heavy slam. Great play there from Ego to make sure they get that done, and now Mimikyu is ready to go on a rampage. Here comes Meowscarada, Kyle.
These Shadow Claws are hitting like a truck, able to take out the Eldegoss, looking for Meowscarada is next. They get it. They get a double KO. Here come the Meteors flying from this Miraidon, try to stop the bleeding because Ego is looking to press forward. Blastoise is going to spin to win. However, they see the writing on the walls, and they're going to try to back towards the side of their base. Urshifu getting a nice little dunk there in that top path, try to get some points, and Ego finally getting on the scoreboard.
Again, like you said earlier, I mean, the Mimikyu into the Meowscarada is huge, and the Mimikyu is kind of outplaying them in terms of they know which one's the real one. We know you have Double Team, we know that you have the ability to go for a clone, but we know who it is. Unfortunately, that Urshifu didn't. They will go down to the Meow Unite move, another stack for them. Will go in, and now here comes Ego into the top path to look for a defense.
Good block from this Snorlax, gonna push them to the brink into that Flux Zone. Urshifu now heading back. Mimikyu gonna utilize their Unite move onto the Zacian. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Now Razia's forced to throw some of these Charge Beams in a defensive stand. Are we gonna get a secure here? Ego is able to take the Regieleki, walking towards this T1 pad. However, I don't know if it's gonna be able to go in, at least not yet, but here comes the push.
I don't know why this Crustle stays in the bottom path here. I really feel like you gotta come up and try to get some picks. Here comes Meow, though, looking for the Mimikyu, but not enough damage. They didn't get enough damage on the Flower Trick to make it so that it ended up popping with more burst, and now they are on the runaway, and everyone else crowding around this Meow. They do have a Unite move. They will be able to get it off. Huge for them. Blissey goes down. Urshifu goes down to the Flower Trick off screen, and I mean, that's one of the reasons I love that Pokemon, some of those off-screen KOs you get.
That was a pretty nice push here from Brouhaha. Able to get a couple of KOs on Ego. Definitely needed some of that XP in the moment. Now you have a level 11 of Zacian and Crustle to deal with if you're Ego, so looking pretty good in that front. However, Basement Reggie has spawned. We're going to see a little bit of a fight here. Blastoise is going to try to zone and frontline, take a lot of that damage in that rapid spin build.
We've got 2, 3 Unite moves on Brouhaha, 3 on Ego. Everyone going for this Regice now. It's at about half, and here comes everybody, the whole squad going down, and that's Snorlax able to zone out Brouhaha to an amazing degree, making sure that they weren't even able to touch that Regice in the bot path.
Urshifu able to do exactly what you want your Dark Bear to do. Get the secure, get that Wicked Blow on there, and look at this play here from Ego, able to take out the Meowscarada one more time. I don't think they realized that Ego was going in. A huge Wicked Blow. Huge KO for Ego, and now they're looking to take down this T1 pad. Mimikyu Unite move gets onto the Zacian, gonna full heal, get away from the Blastoise Unite, but Zacian's still going down. Here comes some scores. Rosia doing a great job trying to stall out the scores, but it's just too much to handle as another 2 KOs come in from this Urshifu.
Meowscarada Floral goes to the back line on that Urshifu, and they will end up going down here, but the Meow goes down immediately on the return. And though a couple KOs were picked up for Brouhaha, I feel like Ego definitely takes the win in that fight, 187 to 139. And all I want to say is, remember when Mimikyu was supposed to have been nerfed?
It nerfed Pokemon, by the way, level 14.
Yeah, the nerfed build too. They nerfed Shadow Sneak. They nerfed it. They nerfed its cooldown, I believe, and they nerfed the Shadow Claw damage. But it definitely doesn't look like it. Not on this Mimikyu.
I feel like Brouhaha would agree with that statement right now. 202, 139 nearing the final stretch. Rayquaza about to hit the map. All points will be double, but both teams really lining up this Rayquaza. Ego in full control of this Rayquaza pit.
I mean, Brouhaha definitely has a chance now, because if the same thing happens with this Rayquaza fight as we saw with the previous match, then Brouhaha could definitely win this one. They just have to get a good couple picks, but you don't have anything squishy that you can go for on the side of Ego. It's going to make it really difficult to get any picks. We see the Shadow tag right there. Mimikyu now knows where that Eldegoss is, but they know where the Mimikyu is.
Meowscarada looking for an angle in, but gets sussed out by that Blastoise, who is watching like a hawk. Ego knows they are in the lead. They know it's a small lead, but they know they're in the lead, so they're going to have a little bit of an advantage here. Here comes a nice charge beam from the right. I'm going to chunk down the tanky Snorlax. Helmet's going to throw that Rock Tomb, try to section off Ego from advancing any further, but this fight is continuously stalled out. No one really wants to make a move.
Mimikyu's up there surrounding in that top side. Here comes the rapid spin, going for an engage here, but again, not really able to find anybody, just some poking, and Mimikyu now looking for a pick, looking for the Meowscarada. You can see them, and here comes the Typhoon. They do end up hitting that Meowscarada, but no one's there to follow up, Kyle.
No follow-up at all onto the Blastoise Unite. Might be a little bit of a misplay here from Ego. However, Meowscarada is going to finally pop their Unite move. Does a ton of damage. Mimikyu's going back to the Pokemon Center. They're unable to utilize their Unite move. Blissful Assist goes onto the Urshifu. Doesn't quite get the KO that they're looking for. Brouhaha, they're able to take it to Ego. 2 members of them down. They're moving towards this Rayquaza. Starting to get chunked down. We have Miraidon throwing their Unite move. Blastoise looking for an angle in there. Dangerously low. They get taken out by the Zacian. This is the time. Brouhaha, it's Meowscarada.
No way, the Flower Trick ends up getting the secure. That Meowscarada Unite move was huge. They were almost down, but the passive Overgrow, one of those broken passives in the game, was able to make sure that they got that KO. Zacian will get 20 points in. So will Miraidon, and it will be Brouhaha taking this one. Again, coming from behind for a great Rayquaza fight, and they end up bringing it to 1-1.
Huge plays. Brouhaha. Looking Looking like a comeback. It's smelling like one too. 459 to 02. They held on as long as they could. That Rayquaza fight stalled out for so long. And the poke, when you have, two teams and you don't have a ton of poking availability like Ego's composition had, Brouhaha just kind of won that fight that way.
Look at all that damage
Oh
from the
my
two
gosh.
main carries right there. 104k from Meowscarada, 116k from the Charge Beam Miraidon, and that's kind of exactly what you'd expect into a composition like this. Something so tanky. You've got the Mimikyu as your squishiest thing on the side of Ego, and you had the Blissey as well, just making sure they were healing, 111k healing. So it's expected that you see a lot of damage on the opposite side, but getting
Wow.
two 6-digit numbers there is definitely big for Brouhaha. They played a great game and an even better Ray fight.
They needed it too. They were down a little bit of points. They could have maybe gone for a bat cap, but when you take two members of the opposing side down, you take out that Mimikyu, you're able to take out and section off a lot of that team with helmets. Rock Tomb, you really knew exactly how they needed to take that Rayquaza. Rezaya able to put a lot of damage on Rayquaza, and then Parasite doing exactly what you need Meowscarada to do in that moment. Throw that flower trick on it, detonate it, take the Ray, take the win.
Some of these bulkier but no range comps just end up not looking as solid because they end up just getting chipped down over and over again with poke by this charge beam where you can't really get in on the Miraidon when you have the rock tombs coming and making sure that they're completely safe the entire time. They really didn't take much damage and they did a ton of damage. I feel like having at least instead of Mimikyu or instead of Urshifu, I feel like you swap out one of those two for something ranged, some sort of ranged backliner or mage, or even an auto attacker may have worked in that situation. Something that can just do some of that range damage. I know Inteleon was nerfed, but then maybe you bring in Decidueye in that scenario just to have that extra backline Spirit Shackle for some potential secure and some poke options. I mean, you have Shadow Sneak Provision. So that could have worked pretty well for them, but I don't know about these no range heavy frontline compositions, especially when you're up against the Mariah.
We'll see how they're going to draft this game 3 situation. So, winner is going to be moving on to the winner's bracket semifinals. Loser of this match is going to be going down to this lower side bracket. So, you obviously don't want to go down to the best of ones. Let's take a kind of peek at where we are in our bracket before we get into this next game. Ego Brouhaha, the only match of this entire. Oh wait, sorry. It looks like Goofy Goobers and Los Labubas. Los Labubas? Labubas? I don't know. One of those also went to a game 3 situation, but this is the only one of this quarterfinal round that has gone to a game 3.
I mean, another surprise here is that T3, who was, I believe, seeded first in this tournament, they have been sent down to the losers bracket early by Team Shock, which has a couple familiar grassroots names on it. Elo
Mm.
Poppy's on there, Slimp, Rodvi, Christian, and Chimmy. That's, I mean, a really solid team, but T3 is one of those top 8 teams in the UCS, and them going down to the losers bracket so early is definitely a surprise, but they will be facing off against Micro and Cheese, and again, you'd expect T3 to have the losers bracket run of a lifetime here.
They're going to have to. But yeah, Team Shock, formerly the Flamin' Hot Dodrios, I believe that's the new name that they fell on. Looking good, taking out a really strong team. So we're going to see what they have to offer maybe in this next round. But either way, we have the draft. We have game number 3 online. And I'm going to have to switch these names because the teams have swapped sides.
Yeah, we've got the bans coming back to Mimikyu Miraidon. So you're not gonna ban Buzzwole and Teleon anymore. And actually, you've got are they swapped sides now? They are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Brouhaha has decided to continue with the Buzzwole ban, but they will have to shoulder the burden of banning the Psyduck themselves.
Ooh, Psyduck ban. Feels bad. I love Psyduck. I wish that could play it in the ranked draft mode a little bit more because I love that little thing. It's just so fun, but I understand it's very annoying to play into.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
I get it.
Yeah, it's look at its dumb face. You know that it's yeah, it doesn't even know. It knows nothing. It doesn't even know a shape. It can't even count. Like, yeah, ban that thing. Whatever. But we've got Ego now picking up the Umbreon, something that was banned in the previous 2 games, is now in the hands of Ego. Very strong Pokemon here, and they will go back to the Garchomp, getting the Garchomp for their first time in this set. They played Buzzwole and Blastoise previously in that role, but now Garchomp coming in.
Garchomp has been fantastic. We've seen a lot of it in not only in these grassroots tournaments, but a lot of play in UCS. We are seeing the Hoopa with it. Husky, I don't know about you, but seeing a lot of Trick Hoopa along with Garchomp gave me like season 1 vibes. And it felt really strong in UCS when Hyperspace Hole was banned.
Yeah, I really like Hoopa. I mean, Hoopa, even when you can't play Hyperspace Hole, Trick is still a really solid option to the point where it still gets picked up as a support quite a lot. But interestingly, they go with the Hoopa instead of the Blissey. So I wonder if that is their plan, that they want to go with this Trick build for the Garchomp, or just they want the utility of Hyperspace Hole and they want to see if some more utility is going to be enough to take down Brouhaha. It looks like the Meowscarada is being hovered again. Parasite is going to select to go with that Pokemon again. I mean, it looked great in the first match. Why not run it again?
I love this Blaziken pick as well. We don't see a ton of it, but I like the combination here. You have the heavy front line of that Umbreon, and then you're going to have any sus just ripping through objectives on that Garchomp, and then you have a great last hitting ability with this Blaziken. It was something that you really need, especially if any of these objectives become contested.
Yeah, and another thing to note is that we've got this Snorlax instead of the Crustle that Helmet has gone with in the previous 2 matches. So they wanted to pick up that Snorlax this time. The Heavy Slam block utility. They want to try to go with wall build. I think they just like playing with walls. But I think that the Crustle looked really good for them. But I mean, they want to cook up something with the Snorlax.
I think Snorlax is still fantastic. I mean, we saw it played really well in moments in the previous match, just, maybe falling a little bit short there because I don't even think that Snorlax may have been the problem in the last match for Ego. I Cinderace though, I don't hate it. I think it's situational, but I think it could be really strong here.
I don't mind it here. I mean, it outranges Alolan Ninetales if they're going with that Blizzard Avalanche combo, but it does not have the CC that Alolan Ninetales has, and that's kind of what you're comparing it to here, the squishiest Pokemon on each of these teams, the one that is going to be kind of your main backline damage dealer. And Cinderace definitely has the advantage in terms of the range, but it is heading into the bottom path, which notoriously is a place that Cinderace is not supposed to be going.
I mean, it's kind of like lane Greninja, it's these are trained professionals, something, don't do this at home, kids. We'll see how this goes, but you got a little bit of Gibble cheese early on.
Yeah, already. Eight points. They were able to get a couple secures here, but they are getting very low. Focus Band is popped. Hoopa having to use the Magician early, grabbing a berry for themselves, but neither team losing anybody just yet. And once again, that Gibble grabbing another secure.
It's exactly what you want for that Gibble. Trying to get online as fast as possible. I think Hoopa is a great pairing with it because it could kind of continually stun the opponent with that Astonish and kind of keep them away from the Gibble, or even keep them in place if they want to press on forward. 850 birds about to hit the map. We do have Meowscarada, might have a little bit of a rotation. Hoopa is Hyperspace Hole. Nice little push there from the Combuskin, able to claim a lot of those bird family for themselves.
Yeah, sending the Alolan Ninetales up there with the Avalanche to make sure that the Meowscarada can't really do anything. It's definitely a smart play for them. A lot of CC is going to be huge for the side of Ego, especially when you have something like a Meowscarada where they don't have full heal. They have eject button to reposition their Unite move. So good play by them. Alolan Ninetales now going to go through that Hyperspace Hole, head back to the bottom path.
Ooh, Zacian doing some work here, able to take out the Hoopa prior to getting through that Hyperspace Hole. 56-32, and we have the Combuskin trying to get online as fast as possible. However, Helmet knows exactly that they want to be doing that, so they're going to try to be a pest, try to take away this buff, and we're ever so close from being able to do so.
I really thought that little basic attack got it, but it did not right there. Instead, Combuskin was able to take that away. Now Helmet, just knowing that they are facing their demise, just going to try to be as annoying as possible while the Meowscarada starts doing work in the central area.
Ooh, look at this. Gabite might be getting caught out here, and yeah, there we go. Cinderace able to dash on in. I believe it might be a flame charge. Oh wait, no, we don't have the level 8 just yet, so we'll see if it's going to be going faint or that flame charge. We'll see.
Yeah, we've got the Pyro Ball for some extra burst damage, which I definitely like here. You just want to put on a little bit more pressure in that back line, kind of act as more Mage Cinderace. Here comes the Alolan Ninetales, the big Blizzard Avalanche combo. That's going to be kind of, if Cinderace or Meowscarada gets caught in that, that's going to kind of be the win condition for Ego, especially this mid-game.
Zacian and Gibble, now a Gabite, are gonna just hang out in that top lane, maybe bluff taking that Regieleki. We do have Hoopa transporting everybody down to the bot path where Regirock is waiting. We have the Gabite gonna start it off, try to maybe rip before anybody can be the two wiser, but Cinderace steals it right under their nose.
Oh, there's the Pyro Ball secure. I mean, you have Flower Trick and you have the Pyro Ball, and, you know, one of them's going to have to try to go up against this Overheat, and here comes the Cinderace Unite move. Wow, look at that. Meowscarada jumping in. They clear everybody from Ego in this bottom path. It's just Zacian in the top path. They were able to grab the Aleki, but Garchomp is there to stop it.
Ooh, that was a very close play from Anissa's. Almost Dragon comboed that Regieleki right on into their own goal, but able to do so very skillfully, very nimbly. 186-56 at the 6-minute mark. Brouhaha, they're looking pretty good. This Cinderace pick, definitely unorthodox, but it's already paid some dividends.
That Garchomp play is definitely a case of good micro and definitely not luck at all. They know the limits of the Garchomp, and they knew that wasn't going to go in. Here they go with the Dragon combo that doesn't miss right here, jumping on this Meowscarada. They will grab them and looking for more, Kyle.
Oh, look at that big Dragon combo. Now they're looking for seconds in the form of this Zacian. Nice little play here from Snorlax, gonna start to push the team away because Ego is trying to advance forward, looking to take out this T1 pad. They're gonna be able to do so. Not the best overcap, but they do buy some time and space for this Hoopa to go.
That was really off the back of that Garchomp Unite move, and interestingly, you end up having to get the Heavy Slam out on the Snorlax on top of the Blaziken, because the Blaziken was the one in the back line and presenting the most threat at the time, but the Garchomp was able to just clean everybody up because of it, and now we have the mean look with the block on top of the Snorlax, not able to go anywhere, and Brouhaha does attempt to take this, and they will defend.
Yeah. What a fantastic defensive stand here for Brouhaha. I really thought Ego was going to push their advantage, take that pad. I believe Garchomp almost got their 40 in, but a perfectly timed Heavy Slam was able to stop that. That's going to, get them another Regirock. I mean, the first one was contested, but this one was all them.
And they will not be able to really contest this top path as a result. So it's just kind of one of those objective trade moments where one team grabs bottom, one team grabs top, but unfortunately for Ego, I think the top objective is definitely the worst case here. They are going to be able to defend it very likely, but Brouhaha is able to get a pick there on that Blaziken.
Blaziken. That's a nice pick there for Brouhaha. Hoopa's gonna take the team in. Rings are unbound, looking to push forward. However, 2 members already went back to the Pokemon Center. They're gonna try to push this T1 pad in the basement path while look at Garchomp trying to take this T2 pad. So Brouhaha is just gonna have to respond to both places. Somehow they've been able to defend both paths at once.
I like the pressure that Ego decided to place there, just leaving the Garchomp to wreak havoc, and they are getting level 13 here off that Meowscarada KO. Here comes Cinderace. They're trying to get this Garchomp. If they have another Dragon combo up, they might be able to win this, and they do! Another huge Dragon combo. They take down the Cinderace from full health while they were at half health already.
Imagine if Cinderace was running Feint. They could have dodged that and maybe won that fight. That could have been... I like Feint on Cinderace for that exact reason.
I hope they play Feint. This is a Underdunk 49 tournament.
No, you didn't. Oh, I'll try.
Production, cut that out. That was so
Production. Wait, I'm production.
That was the
How do I need like that rewind.
Production cancel Husky.
I need that like rewind button. What's that button that like news channels have when someone swears and then you're like, it's like the rewind to get it off air? It's a thing, right?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Something like that.
We'll figure it out for our bad jokes.
Yeah,
it's
we'll,
like
we'll get that. Yeah, we'll get that.
It's like at least once a game. Look at this push though. Ego looking to push for this T2 pad. Looking like it is not gonna go in. Meowscarada able to stop it at their last second. However, Reg Ice now is that third baseman Reggie for Brouhaha.
I'm surprised that Ego actually backs off there. I mean, I guess you definitely want to in that situation, but you could have tried a little bit for a second longer to get the Meowscarada Unite move out, but they will have it, and it ends up just being a no value gain, except for this Regieleki now walking toward the tier 2.
See if Garchomp wants to go ahead and score and get back to the main pit, because Hoopa does have the Unite move, so it is a relatively safe play if Brouhaha wanted to start the fight, which it looks like they do. Snorlax is going to engage, Heavy Slam into the block. Here comes the Hyperspace Hole. It is getting sectioned off by the Snorlax, so unable to go back in is Ego. However, they are in the lead. Garchomp looking to go in. Here goes the Livid Outrage looking to push on forward. Here comes maybe a KO. No! Meowscarada able to take out the Garchomp, and just like that, 3 members of Ego are down, Husky.
Oh, you can't jump in on a Meowscarada. Throw up triple KO for them, and they're going to go in for this Ninetales. Cinderace cleans it up instead, and now 4 members down for Ego. It's just going to be up to this Blaziken. They do have an overheat available, but they go down before it can happen. And the Zacian with the Unite move, the Sovereign Sword picking up that secure, and Brouhaha, after looking awful in that first game, they end up coming back with a 2-1 victory.
Call it the reverse sweep, Brouhaha. There's still a minute left. We might see Ego have time for maybe one final stand, but they're gonna need to win a team fight here. This is a good start. Garchomp able to take out the Cinderace, looking for the Zacian, unable to chase it down. We have Helmet trying to hold the door with the Snorlax block. We have the Ninetales throwing as much ice as they can. 2 points, not going in. This might be the final stand for Ego.
They have a chance definitely to push here. There's no shields, and everybody is down except Meowscarada for Brouhaha. So they could go for a little bit of a cheeky double push, which it looks like that's what they're going to do. They're going to send Blaziken towards the basement goal, but Meowscarada is stuck here on this tier 1, but with only 15 seconds left and over 300 point differential, it's going to be up to this Hoopa Unbound.
Here we go. We have 1 KO found. We have Meowscarada going in. Floral Flourish is able to take out 2. Looking to press forward is Rizaya on this Cinderace. That's gonna be it. Brouhaha gets the last laugh here in game 3. They are moving on to your semis.
How broken is Meowscarada, chat? Coming back. I saw multiple Unite moves come out from that thing where it looks like it was already down, but the Overgrow passive procs and it starts healing, and suddenly it's the opposite team who is down at nothing. 10 KOs on that Meowscarada, but you can't go unsaid that any sus on the Garchomp looked fantastic this game, and I really feel like they were kind of, it's what I like to say, they did their best to carry in that situation.
They certainly did, and a bit of an unorthodox team comp, right? I mean, you don't normally see Cinderace, let alone Pyro Ball Cinderace, and it worked out. Look at that 90k damage from Rizaya on that character.
Yeah, the Cinderace. I mean, we're talking about Meow because that's my thing, but
Okay,
how
yeah.
broken is Pyro Ball Cinderace? I mean, you don't expect the auto attackers to kind of come out, but when they do get picked in the right situation, it ends up looking fantastic. And we were saying earlier that the way for Cinderace to succeed is for Etley and Parasite to really be in there and distract and draw all the CC moves onto themselves. And that's exactly what happened. Cinderace only taking 32k damage. They were not really getting dove on.
Not even a little bit. I mean, it just didn't have quite an answer. I mean, that's, I guess, the advantage of having a healthy front line of Helmet, having Deloan just able to continuously heal and provide some shields. And, you know, Etley doing exactly what they needed to be doing in off-laning, making sure that they're able to hold the lanes, get value, get their levels, and really just hold down the fort wherever they could. Not a lot, it doesn't show up on the damage numbers, but stuff like that is super valuable to kind of keeping the lead from going out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the damage numbers don't reflect everything, right? Because you had so much of that Zacian just getting vision and running around the map and making sure that the enemy team was not able to jump in. I mean, they took 34,000 damage, so, not a lot of damage from them either, or damage taken, but they were really there to provide that extra distraction for the Cinderace to be the one raining in those Pyro Balls the entire time. And that's exactly what we saw. I mean, great playing from both teams. But Brouhaha ends up coming back from the depths, it looked like, in that first match, and they take it 2-1. They're going to be sending Ego down to the losers bracket.
I mean, that's definitely not where you want to be. You never want to be in that best of one scenario down in that losers bracket, but it's part of Underdog. It's what makes grassroots a little bit more fun. So, well, I don't think this is going to be the last we see Ego. I really expect them to play really well when it comes down to that lower side bracket. So we'll see if they're able to get back up. But either way, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break before these next matches get lined up. So don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back with more Underdunk 45.
These are made from cells that resemble plants and are said to be always enveloped by the clean air they produce through photosynthesis. While they would like nothing more than to rest in the warm rays of the sun, they've come to the Eos Island arenas to grace you with their elegance and cut down the competition with their razor-sharp leaves. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Character Spotlight, featuring Leafeon, the Verdant Pokemon.
Leafeon is a poke dive speedster that specializes in knocking out targets with his high burst and mobility. Leafeon can easily decimate enemy health bars from range with devastating force, or dive onto key targets to quickly and surgically remove them from the fight. This Pokemon is not for the faint of heart, and requires intermediate trainers who can keep calm and Leafy on. Get it? Leafy on? Trainers who are able to identify when to poke and when to go all in to score some knockouts and get out alive are the ideal partners for this sassy little salad.
Ready, go!
Leafeon begins each game as Eevee, and his starting passive is Run Away. While this Pokemon is out of combat, Eevee gains a minor boost to its movement speed. As soon as Eevee deals any damage or receives damage, this movement speed bonus is lost. Eevee's basic attacks are boosted every third attack, dealing increased damage. Nothing special here yet. Eevee's first basic ability is Swift. Eevee shoots out stars that spread out in a cone, dealing damage to enemies hit. Enemies can be hit by multiple stars, but will take less damage from subsequent stars after the first. Eevee's second basic ability is Quick Attack, which has him dash in a designated direction, dealing damage to enemies hit by this move. Once Eevee reaches level 4, he makes like a Cheopet and evolves into Leafeon, replacing his old passive and boosted basic attack with new ones. Leafeon's new passive is Chlorophyll. While Leafeon is not in tall grass, his chlorophyll gauge, indicated by the yellow bar under his health bar, fills up with power over time. When the gauge becomes full, Leafeon gains a moderate increase in movement speed until the gauge is spent in one of two ways. While the gauge is full, Leafeon's next basic attack becomes boosted and gains increased range, indicated by the green circle around him. Performing a basic attack in this state will spend the stored power as Leafeon leaps towards his target, dealing additional damage and slowing them for a moderate duration. For his first ability upgrade, Leafeon forgets Swift and can learn either Razor Leaf or Solar Blade. If Leafeon learns Razor Leaf, he fires out a fan of razor-sharp leaves that stick to the ground, which automatically return to him moments later. While the leaves are planted, Leafeon gains a boost in movement speed, so he can adjust where the leaves will return to. Razor Leaf deals damage each time the leaves pass through any enemies, dealing bonus damage on their return if they've been left out for a certain period of time. trainers can reactivate the ability after it has been used to recall the leaves before its automatic return. Additionally, if enemies are hit by all the leaves as they are shot out or recalled, Leafeon is briefly granted a shield. When the ability upgrades at level 10, Leafeon is granted an even larger shield on a perfect hit with Razor Leaf.
Razor Leaf specializes in dealing massive damage to a single target with some room for collateral damage to nearby others. When using this ability, you'll want to be as close to your enemy as possible to ensure maximum damage and survivability. As such, Razor Leaf is best used as a surprise attack or after closing the gap with your movement abilities. Quickly casting then recasting the ability can ensure that your opponents are hit by both fans of leaves, and it's often a good way to finish off a low health enemy Pokemon. However, if you want to maximize your damage, give your opponents time to react after the first fan. Then outmaneuver them with a movement ability or your boosted basic attack to keep them between you and your scattered leaves for the increased damage on their return. Something to always remember is that the further you travel from your leaves, the longer it'll take for them to return to you. So be sure to factor that in to your ideas before you begin the leaves recall. Be mindful always of the risks that you incur by overstaying your welcome. You never want to stay longer than you are bursting into, okay? Your opponents may use their abilities to outmaneuver you even though you were trying to outmaneuver them. They'll hinder you or they'll just outright take you out of the fight. Keep your wits about you and carefully observe how your opponents act to outplay them before they outplay you.
If you would instead like to unleash the power of the sun, trainers can teach Leafeon Solar Blade. Leafeon begins to gather light, charging up a massive blade of solar energy. After a set time or upon reactivation, Leafeon swings the blade down, dealing damage to all enemies in the area of effect. While the ability charges, Leafeon can slowly move around to adjust where the blade will fall but cannot change its direction. And naturally, the longer the blade is charged, the more damage it will deal. If Leafeon uses Solar Blade when his chlorophyll gauge is full, he immediately brings the blade down, dealing the maximum possible damage and drastically reducing the cooldown of this move. Additionally, Solar Blade will also receive the same cooldown reduction if this ability is on cooldown when the chlorophyll gauge becomes full. At level 10, when the ability upgrades, Leafeon will also take reduced damage while charging Solar Blade.
Solar Blade's long reach gives Leafeon the ability to deal massive amounts of damage to multiple enemies at a distance. The ability can be used immediately for a quick burst of damage or charged for more damage at the expense of giving your opponents more time to react or dodge. Solar Blade is ideally used when your chlorophyll gauge is full to mitigate the charge time without sacrificing any damage, and to reduce your time till your next cast. Be careful to not accidentally use your chlorophyll boost with a basic attack before you use Solar Blade. What would have been a quick burst of damage may end up becoming an awkward wait for your ability to charge instead. And remember that once you begin your charge, you cannot change the direction in which the Solar Blade is gonna fall. Be sure to aim your ability very carefully, or you might end up missing like I do 20 times out of 10.
Does this look centered?
Let me see. Maybe if I just put it a little more to the... No, leave it up.
When Leafeon grows to level 6, he gets a little spring in his step, forgetting Quick Attack to learn either Aerial Ace or Leaf Blade. Much like Quick Attack, Aerial Ace has Leafeon dash in a direction, dealing damage to any enemies hit and gives bonus damage to his next basic attack. Leafeon can keep 2 charges of this ability in reserve to use in rapid succession, and each use will recover one after the other. When the move upgrades at level 12, Aerial Ace receives a significant cooldown reduction, allowing you to dash more frequently.
Aerial Ace gives you a significant edge in mobility against most opponents, allowing you to dodge and reposition in combat. Dance around your opponents, weaving in your auto attacks in between each dash to maximize your damage. Due to its relatively low cooldown, Leafeon can run down or outrun most Pokemon, making him incredibly slippery in fights and more than capable of chasing down and finishing off low HP.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Underdunk. I got myself a plushie finally. Yeah.
You got a couple.
I got a couple. They're slowly going to be added as a bit throughout the rest of this. Just like I'm adding other people into this conversation, Bridjet, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I put on press-on nails while I was waiting.
Me too.
Pretty exciting. I was also watching the games, but I have to be doing something with my hands or else I can't pay attention. So we are going to be moving right along in the bracket into our round 3 matchup, which is going to be Kiss Kiss and Brouhaha Ha. I will forget the third ha, but I'll try to keep it top of mind.
I always think of Finding Nemo, shark bait, hoo ha ha.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big one. Big chant.
I like it better than when it was haha brew in one of the UCS tournaments, because I kept saying brew haha, and I'm like, this is too difficult. My brain has already learned the one word. I cannot learn another word. It's too similar.
Me with Rotom and my
Me when I wrote them. Right here we have our bracket. So, like I said, we're going to be doing that. It's letter K, the winner semifinal game, Brouhaha and Kiss Kiss. I believe our players are almost ready, but wanted to show you guys where we're at. The other winner semifinal game has already concluded one round with Los Labubos.
We're getting a lot of fun, like team names today. Labubus, Brouhaha.
5 bozos.
You need onomatopoeia, alliteration, maybe both to really round out a good team name.
That'd be crazy. Can you think of an onomatopoeia and an alliteration?
I think some of them. Well, I think Labubus could be onomatopoeia if you really, and then Brouhaha, I guess, is. It's like laughing.
I'll read Sneaky the definitions of those words.
No, we're back
later. But in the meantime, the losers side of the bracket's also moving it along a little quickly. That's where 5 bozos has ended up with 1 game up on Enigma. Looks like Ego and Goofy Goobers are working on a game, but maybe has not concluded yet. And Team Star and Micro and Cheese still in business too. So both of the teams Sneaky and I casted earlier are still fighting in that lower bracket. Okay, JK, Ego just DQ'd live. That was crazy. Unlucky. No Ego, I guess.
Live? Oh no.
I mean, I saw an update.
Oh, that's so sad. Let's get a moment of silence for Ego. We are Borarichael Oblivion Celestial versus Parasite. Is that Etley May, the real one? People have really confused me with their name changes over the years. I'm not sure who is who anymore.
I thought Etley was a player I used to know who would go by Snorlax, but I have no idea if that is the same person or not. I'm not going to lie to you. So
we should ban name changes.
I mean, UCS kind of did. Wow, Meowscarada is actually epic. They did not want to deal with, I think Parasite was playing Meow, and I guess smurfing on it. No
proficient speedster guy.
No Scizor Scyther. No Psyduck. I thought it was about to ban Wiggly too. Okay, Umbreon. Okay, Brouhaha is at least making some sense. I understand Kiss Kiss is target banning. It's taking everything in me not to sing the song Kiss Kiss every time I say that name.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was
too. I can't really think of a lot of the lyrics, but if I do along the way, you will be hearing them from me. Bora gonna clutch that Miraidon. Love that first pick. It is extremely strong. I think clearly the best bot lane attacker in business right now.
Yeah, also takes away a drift game from Parasite. They are, in case they wanted to play that.
I like it. Brouhaha securing the Zacian. I believe we saw some Zacian in the last set, but I have yet to see it. I think this Pokemon is still so strong. They may not be EXmons anymore, but they are still the strongest in the game. At least these two, I would say, currently in their respective roles. Zacian maybe not as much, but I think it's still extremely viable. Metal Claw did just get nerfed quite a bit. Probably still viable, but I'll be interested to see which one they decide to play, as Celestial picks up his signature Buzzwole and JL gets the Hoopa.
Yeah, really strong picks for those two. Having to match the Eldegoss's ranged auto attacks in the lane, picking that Hoopa back up, and of course, JL known for that. Celestial playing Buzzwole after couple patches of buffs, I believe.
Oh, a big buff recently.
Smackdown and Superpower both getting buffed. We should be seeing a really strong early game with that Hoopa in the top lane. Let's see what they're picking in the bottom lane. Absol, we've seen some of that from Luminosity as well. Oblivion picking the Mamoswine. Are they on tank now?
I believe so. I feel like Oblivion's been playing some interesting picks lately. I know in the most recent UCS tournament, they got to top 4, I think, from playing... Was it EXP share Phalanx, or am I absolutely hallucinating? He was playing quite a bit of Phalanx. I could not confirm or deny the EXP share. These comps actually rule so hard. Brouhaha getting the Zera Aura and the Cinderace. I love the Crystal to kind of counter that Miraidon pick. I feel like it's pretty good into it, can actually reach it with its walls and punish it, despite having quite a long range on that charge beam. So... what are you most excited about?
Cinderace is super fun when it gets to play the game. It has attack weight as well, which is absolutely insane. So I think they're a Pyro Ball Mage build.
Ooh.
I don't know what Buzzwole can do versus this. It's going to be very fun. They're going to have to ult, but if we're Feint Attack, Pyro Ball, and if I see a Feint Attack on a Buzzwole ult, I'm going to have a meltdown. It's going to be so cool. I think we can actually kite a lot of members of Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, I like how Brouhaha has worked around Kiss Kiss's draft. I'll be interested to see how much impact this Mamoswine has. I feel like other than maybe the Zacian, they're kind of hard to reach with Ice Fang. I don't know. Oblivion likes to go kind of the build you wouldn't expect, so I'm interested to see how he controls the Mamoswine as we get into game 1 of the winners bracket semifinals. SneakySeal.
Semifinals. We are opting to not give red buff to either member of the supports on either side, and they are just going to A-press and maybe flip some farm in the middle. Same with the bottom lane. Oblivion goes on to the Crustle, poking him down a little bit, but yeah, that early game Miraidon poke is so good. That's why it's so strong, is its base stats are just so good compared to every other attacker.
He literally wakes up like this. Does not need much to be extremely scary in the lane, but up top, Brouhaha getting both KOs on the other laners. Absol gonna come and try to stop this from becoming an absolute snowball up here, but Brouhaha's jungler is also imminent. Ooh, Zacian extremely low. Luckily, Zera's there to save him.
For sure. Gonna make these bees a little more interesting that the Zera Aura, that the Zacian found those KOs. They're gonna maybe hit level 5 off of the top lane Altarios, not the bees. And we'll see which team gets ahead because of that jungle in jungle gank. I think Oblivion ran up to the top lane and stopped them from snowballing and pushing, which was necessary because the top lane was losing.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, everything coming out pretty even so far as we're a minute and a half into this game. Really not a big score lead. No one really losing any major fights currently. It's honestly a pretty even match.
Yeah, we're going to see level spikes here. Maybe a fight around the 8-minute mark for these middle Altaria. Good poke onto Absol. That's going to maybe be a difference maker in finding a KO onto the enemy central area. Crustle flashing out, barely getting out. And Oblivion still finding that portal, even though the Rock Tomb hit him to the other side is crazy.
I actually didn't even see him get in the portal.
I almost...
Wow.
I feel like he got knocked out of it. That's so unfortunate, but they're going to find the return KO onto Crustle. And some stacks in the top lane for Celestial. Going to get level 7 here if they... Almost. That's what they were looking for. They don't have their... What's the knock? What's the punch one up move? It's superpower and smackdown. Yeah, he wants to smackdown for their combo.
Smackdown all on the floor. Exactly. Just like that. Good job, Buzzwole. You're doing great. Looks like Kiss Kiss is getting some really good momentum here. JL keeping those portals popping, making sure the whole team is staying extremely healthy, and so they kind of get more and more stacks up in this top path. Buzzwole looking pretty strong. Most of the team 7, 8, and 9 on the side of Kiss Kiss. Definitely getting quite ahead as they're just, oh my gosh, kind of owning this top path right now.
Yeah, I have to say, they're giving Celestial their stacks. Celestial minimum 3, all we've seen, but they could have more. Mamoswine and Buzzwole hitting you has got to hurt. You do not get to play the game, put your controller down. You are gone, and you're going to be CC'd.
Yeah, that CC shading is pretty brutal. Cinderace doing what it does best, though, and absolutely ripping that bottom objective as the purple team gets to try to drive that Alecki in. Looks like Absol's kind of going for a solo push here. I mean, he's level 10, and he's ulting on the base. Yeah, he could definitely win this. Looks like Buzzwole's coming in for some assistance. Not what you want to see. I think this bad boy is going in. Oh, Zera maybe here to save the day. Quite a few ults getting popped. Miraidon is cleaning up shop, but Crustle is still hanging on here. 2 KOs for Miraidon. Wow, honestly, Bruja defending this quite a bit better than I expected. I thought it was going in. I'm not going to lie to you.
This bad boy is going in is what they say when I sing songs at karaoke. We are going to get back to this bottom. Can confirm. Ooh, no! Picked up. Oh, can't find the KO though. Jail not having the spells up maybe? I feel like Phantom Force and Portal would have found the KO onto that Pyro Ball. Cinderace, who has not shown me their skills yet, but I'm excited to see what they can do. They've mostly just been getting poked out by Bora Reach with these long-range electric snipes.
Yeah, Kiss Kiss doing a really good job following up on the CC that they do have in that Mamo and Buzzwole. I feel like the range on Miraidon is just so painful and difficult to deal with when he's being really well protected and you can't really dive him. Okay, we are just spamming our ults at each other. Let's go. Good job, Zera, but the Mamo comes in, probably scares the Zera a bit. He's KO'd.
Yeah, definitely good ult trade there from both players getting, you know, the ability to... Or Absol having to dodge the Zero Aura ult that way. JL is going to ult in the bottom lane, sending their teammates potentially downstairs if they choose to take it. They do not. But that bottom Reggie is up. They're going to find the KOs here and maybe start hitting it with the Buzzwole.
Yeah, Buzzwole Miraidon should be able to get this as Riker is able to secure that Alecki for the team as well. Kiska's doing a great job on getting a majority of these objectives so far. I'm putting in a really high priority on that. Bruja definitely down a little bit in levels and definitely down in points. They're going to need to start pushing something here soon. I'm hoping the Crustle is okay because, okay, he's moving. Maybe he was just waiting to see if someone showed. He's being smart. Yeah. I was scared.
I don't think they had vision of anybody, and they were kind of looking for where they needed to go. This is a Registeel buffed Kiss Kiss team here, but we are going to try the 5-man push bottom lane. They know there's no Hoopa ultimate. We're going to Eldegoss ult aggressively to knock people back, heal some teammates up, but it looks like we're going to go down. Rosaya is found, KO'd already, and two members of Bruja just pop. I'm not even sure what KO'd them, and then Zation is looking for anything.
Oh, Absol ult, it looks like. I thought it was the Zera Aura ult at first, but Absol getting those iframes, I probably didn't see his ult happening. It was too much, man. It was too much as Kiss Kiss is able to solidly defend their bottom goals ult and even steal some of these Swablu's and Altarios away from Bruja's side.
Man, it's rough for the Cinderace here. They are getting Ice Fanged consistently, which is not good. You don't want to see that positioning. But I think they just have to get too close with that Pyro Ball to do anything. Parasite just finding that red buff secure, but Jail gets out. Levels are bad. We have some positioning. There's not a basement Reggie, but there is a Reggie Lucky in the top lane. That might be the game ender here for Kiss Kiss if they secure it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Kiss Kiss is setting up to go for this top objective. Bruja is definitely going for it. They're probably going to rip this just to get something going for their side. Maybe just to either gain vision if they do have someone catching it or any kind of help from that objective, but they're just going to let it walk in. No big deal. Now they do have the opportunity to get some of these double points, which Zeraora takes advantage of, but Crystal getting spotted by Brouhaha.
Zeraora has also been off-screened. Off-screen killed by Absol, like a manga or comic book writer. We have off-screened.
Zacian pretty close on that secure, I'm not gonna lie to you, but good on Kiss Kiss for kind of holding their damage onto that until the Zacian ult was over. I'm gonna give it to them that was intentional because they definitely all pulled off of it. So great job by Kiss Kiss on securing that, especially in the face of a pretty solid secure like Zacian ult, but unlucky for Brouhaha. Just didn't really have the positioning. I guess I don't really know if we go for that top objective. I feel like not setting up in Ray Pit was a pretty big disadvantage, and then I believe the Zera got caught out when they were trying to backhack those extra points, so...
Yeah, backcapping is definitely not bad there. They just didn't find... They got one shot by Absol. You probably need to clear some bushes. Oh, jeez. Perfect crits finding a double KO. I think wow, this is... Unfortunately, Parasite got target banned and picked with Absol. There we go. We finally did something on Cinderace. I'm not a big fan of the Cinderace pick. It did not do what I wanted it to do this game, which was anything. That too. Yeah, they really wish they had Feint Attack now. I think if you, unfortunately, you see the enemy team and you kind of have to go Feint Attack. But
yeah, I just don't think a dash flame charge, I believe, or maybe that's the Delphox.
I think they don't have. I don't think they have full heal either.
Really?
Which is a little dangerous into
Mamoswine, especially. Yeah, especially since the Mamoswine was basically soloing that Cinderace, and you didn't really have anything on the side of Brouhaha to really help keep him off of you. Crustle really can't shove too much. You can only really trap, and Eldegoss's Cotton Spore is fine, but it's definitely not the ultimate speedster counter, unfortunately. 9 kills coming out of Wrecker. Honestly, it could have been a lot worse. Like, Brouhaha did, like, play well and did what they could, but I think the momentum on the side of Kiss Kiss was a bit too much, and that endgame positioning was just not quite it.
Yeah, we got some good damage numbers. The Absol, there wasn't even too much fighting this game, but the Absol was just getting a lot of crit damage, or getting a lot of poke damage.
Yeah, Rezia on the Cinderace honestly doing pretty solid damage, but I think you're right. I think the range of Pyro, especially against, like, gosh, nothing really matches, like, Miraidon poke. Like, some of the solar beams, but I just don't feel like they're as strong right now. Obviously, I think Armor Cannon's pretty solid, but...
Yeah, for sure. The early game was being won by Brouhaha, and then they did not... The Oblivion came up, and Miraidon quite literally held the bottom path by themselves, just with their range. So
yeah, how do you even come close, especially if you have someone who's actually hitting their charge beams and knows how to angle them? So it's a hard one. Maybe we'll see less of the target banning this time, although it seemed to kind of go over pretty well for Kiss Kiss, especially kind of shutting down Parasite before the game even starts and what they can even choose to play. So we'll see what kind of draft strategies Brouhaha comes up with this time. I did really like how they tried to play around what Kiss Kiss was doing. I think that's really a good sign of a team, that they are, like, actively thinking in the draft screen. It's not like they're picking something and you're like, but I do feel like there were some things they can do now, knowing, like, what was more threatening to their comp and what kind of was stopping them. It honestly feels like the Mamo was stopping a lot, at least in terms of what I was seeing, but also Wrecker and Absol, I don't think. You can probably allow that one to happen again, but...
Yeah, I don't think we got to see a lot of just teamwork in general. They were kind of just snowballed on... the teamwork was there on paper to counter what they were doing, but Absol was really getting ahead and found, honestly, the
Mhm.
delete button onto Zero Aura kind of sealed the game for them. Back to draft. Maybe we see Brouhaha go for a Blissey pick after they get target banned twice again.
Mhm.
It might be interesting. Keep Parasite alive and healthy when they are playing a speedster and engage.
Definitely, definitely. And even Safeguard Helping Hand, depending on whatever speedster they end up playing, could be a really solid counter. Honestly, for either team, but obviously Brouhaha is the one probably needing to make those adjustments. And I mean, Jail's Hoopa, like his portals
Mhm.
were so strong, so kind of no
Yeah.
reason to get him on anything else unless he's feeling it.
Yeah, I could see Kiss Kiss looking at a Hoopa ban. It's always smart against.
Mhm.
I always referred to some of these players as some of the best Hoopas. There was about 3 or 4, and you just looked at a good team, and they are made even better by a strong Hoopa player. This is one of those guys. If you can't get ahead, like we didn't see them break a tier 1 pad,
Bro.
and it's only made more difficult because he's a good Hoopa player who's looking for all these things with portals. So I would look at the drawing board, ban Hoopa, maybe get your Blissey, lose the early game. Even though you won the early game this game, maybe you lose the early game if you give them Eldegoss.
Mm.
They did win the early game, which was nice. They won that little 2v2 skirmish versus Celestial.
Yeah.
But then I think Oblivion walked up, making that all for naught, not getting the dive they wanted. If they got those stacks in right there, that would have been a lot easier of a game for them to snowball. I'm excited to see what we pick next, though.
Yeah, I think your insight is really strong here. I'm not sure what other speedsters Parasite likes to play. They do kind of seem like the quirky girl ones, which I respect.
The
but
quirky girl ones we love.
Meowscarada?
It's Meowscarada. She is. Hey, she's.
That's a quirky
She's
girl.
boots the house down, I think. I do like
Correct.
Meowscarada. A lot of some of the players still have one. I think Overlord, Zealot still play
True.
the bomb build, which is a lot of fun. I want to see that actually make it through. I think they play the energy amp build, which is pretty fun. You get to ult at like 3 minutes. Scyther, there's a lot of speedsters. We'll see which ones actually make it through, though.
Yeah, I just feel like the more like kind of like common oppressive speedster comes for like the Zoro, the Dodrio, the Leafeon kind of thing, but we'll see. I haven't seen much Leafeon this tournament, I don't think, but
yeah, I guess it was nerfed. Maybe we just don't have a Leafeon player tournament. It just could just be the players that we are seeing right now. Leafeon should still be high up there. It's pretty snowbally.
Yeah, some of the most snowbally, some would say. And there is our Hoopa ban.
There we go.
That is correct. I agree.
Getting rid of the Buzzwole too. Yeah, Meowscarada taking a ban. I don't know if they're actually looking to ban this Cramorant. It seems... Yeah, we're looking at something for... I bet Parasite again. Talonflame is interesting. Maybe that was a backup pick. I know Talonflame Bravebird has been played a lot by LG and our friend Trainer LGC. Let's see what they pick first. I'm expecting something. Umbreon is up, so I don't know if they're gonna pick Blissey here. There it is, Psyduck. Psyduck was up, obviously.
The duck.
I should have known.
I don't even know if Psyduck was banned last game though, and they still didn't go for it, but I respect this. I'm interested to see it in a comp game post these nerfs. I obviously still think it's super strong, so excited to see it in a 5-stack competitive format like this. Bora securing that Miraidon again. Yeah, that one's kind of a no-brainer. And this time Jail is swapping to that Eldegoss. Love this pick right now. I mean...
Yeah, the Miraidon pick is really strong here. I'd like to see... Maybe, jungle or top lane pick here. And then I want to counter pick whatever Rosiah finds in the attacker position. I'd like to see something that can survive versus Miraidon. There's not too many things.
Yeah.
It's very good. Zacian is still up. I've seen Attacker Zacian. Curios apparently has been playing that. And we're going with Dragonite for Celestial. He's very good at this flipping. There we go. Inteleon is a great pick into Miraidon. You get to play the game. You get to stream snipe. You get to snipe shot.
Both of those, yes.
Both of those things. I think he actually gives you map hacks and on Twitch. Rizai actually switching to the Gardevoir. Another pick they're known for. They're known to play. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it looks like Parasite going for that Scyther. Oh, maybe Wrecker is going to stick with this Dargonite and Celestial will play the T-Tar? No.
No, Boreach is
I was completely wrong.
Yeah, Boreach is a Tyranitar player, but...
That's right.
We'll see. I don't know about Wrecker. Parasite is running X-Attack and Curse Bangles, and I think they're going Scizor again, which is...
Oh, right.
Interesting, especially because they're so known for their Scyther play. I don't think the enemy team gets to see what items you have. So
they do not.
So they don't really know if he's Scyther or Scizor, and I actually think they would be betting on Scyther just because of who Parasite is. But we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, definitely my bet as well. I really like both of these comps. I feel like they are relatively similar. Scizor getting some big buffs in its not big. I would say decent buffs in its survivability. Definitely was surprised we didn't see the Inteleon, considering it. I guess it was buffed, but the bug was fixed, so debatable if it's even an actual buff or a nerf. But one thing I'm definitely excited about is this Ho-Oh pick, which I don't think I ever see. So it's gonna be fun to see how it combats in this bot path. I'm assuming our Guardy? No, we're Scyther, jungle, Guardy, good luck in the bot lane, baby. You guys got this.
I think Confusion did get buffed recently, which I think it's recently. It could have been in the last year, and time is a flat circle. But it is not a horrible secure anymore like it used to be. So we'll see if they stand a chance. It is a Tyranitar. Ho-Oh, though, unkillable, tanky machine in the top lane.
Yeah,
or in the bottom lane.
Really prioritizing these strong early lanes. I mean, I don't really know how you go up against either of these orange side comps in these first minute or so. Scizor coming in to save the day, hoping to get a KO on Bora. He's running away, but unlucky. Good catch on the Scizor.
Yeah, I think the Kiss is going to be looking for Parasite, but they show bot again. They're going to go stack 21. Might be really hard to get in front of a Ho-Oh, but we're going to secure as much farm as we can. See if we can get Rizia at level 5 to help participate in the bees fight, but I think Parasite's just going to go down. Not expecting the Dragonair gank. I feel like you should know it's coming, and you shouldn't be up that far with a Routes and a really low HP Umbreon, but that's a lot of points going in for Kiss.
Yeah, I think he definitely wanted that stack off, which, fair enough, that is super valuable, especially if you're in jungle. I'm surprised we haven't just switched with our routes. Like, why don't we let our Scizor stay in path and let our routes get this farm, especially since Kiss hasn't been threatening any jungle invading as of now. I feel like we have good vision of where everyone is on the map. At least we're able to get the KO in the top half on the Miraidon, who seemed to be a bit overextended, but Kiss already has this early point lead that they seem to like to secure.
Yeah, we actually get some XP over to Mimikyu top, which is really interesting. Yeah, out of all these things.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and Routes is still just struggling to hit level 5, which is exactly what you said. Maybe we give Curlia a little bit of XP. Ho-Oh is chasing them down. How unfortunate. Oh, we died a burn over the wall.
Oh, this baby Routes is very tragic. Yeah, that is pretty bad. I mean, you really never want to have a Route still at 730, and much less your EXP shares have more XP than one of your DPSs. Hopefully they're able to get some momentum off of the back of their level 8 teammates. Maybe we're just letting the Ho-Oh get KOs on us. I mean, the Ho-Oh's not getting a lot of XP from that, and it is kind of pulling him away from something else, but now he's just jungle invaded. Now we're just getting jungle invaded.
I am upset for some members of who are your Ho-Oh is bullying them. If you see something, say something. You know.
Exactly. Closed
Bullying
mouths
can't
don't get
stop.
fed.
Yeah, bullying
Yeah.
can't stop unless you tell your teammates, "Hey, I'm getting jungle invaded. Please help me right now, or I'm AFK."
The bystander effect is real. Do not be complicit in letting your routes get jungle invaded. It is not okay.
We are level 9. I don't even show up to this fight yet. We're gonna sandstorm in. We're gonna find the KO onto the Psyduck. We have 1 ultimate ability to use. 2 actually. We're gonna
Mimi
munch
ult.
Miraidon. Hopefully trying to find that. We are also Trick Room, which is I don't know anymore. I don't know what's it's going.
You're not a Trick Room
We're doing
believer?
math. Is it good? Someone tell me. I don't really know.
I don't really know if it's good, but everyone in Japan seems to think it is so much better than Shadow Sneak. They do not know what Shadow Sneak is. They only play Trick Room.
Japan has never been wrong about the meta ever, so that's
No, canonically. Wow, Ho-Oh needs to leave the routes alone. I feel legit bad. At least we have a Gardevoir now. I shouldn't call her a route. She is a fully formed Gardevoir. Ho-Oh has been planted on these jungle buffs, though. They are participating in bullying. They're in the jungle.
Sure.
It's not okay.
Adults can get bullied too. It's you can definitely. We find the KO. We level up a whole level because we knocked out level 11 Tyranitar, and they are rezzing. Oh, we didn't time correctly, but we're gonna hit a double ultimate fairy singularity onto multiple members of Kiss Kiss. The Eldegoss Slam is gonna keep them alive for a little bit longer. Can we find those KOs? Moonblast and Psyshock find Tyranitar.
Wow, honestly, very satisfying redemption arc from Rezia on the Gardevoir. I also want to call it the Psyduck. Delion is playing Psychic instead of Disable, and if you are unaware, Psychic is kind of like a ranged follow me type ability, and you can even control, once you've hit someone with the Psychic, you can control where they get, what direction they get taunted towards. So there is kind of actually a lot of fun, I feel like, fun for Psyduck, not fun for the guy getting psychicked. Fun things you can do with that ability, and I like that it's being explored. I'm excited to see it. Although the spotlight push,
it's a bit of a ya yeet situation. If you want to translate that one for the kids, we are in the jungle finding Scizor. Scizor is damage farming here, gonna heal up a little bit from their bullet punches, but 5 members of Kiss Kiss is a bit too much to handle. I would like to see some grouping.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Kiss Kiss doing a great job grouping up, kind of deathballing onto this. They've really enjoyed stealing their blue buff. It seems like that's been a goal. Some may say the Rayquaza's the most important objective. Others may say it's your enemy's blue buff. That is the most important thing. You need to be securing that every time.
I need Dion on the Psyduck to stop pulling away or ya-yeeting the enemies away from the Gardevoir's moves. There's been a lot of Psyshocks missed because of that.
Yeah, I don't think we are optimizing the Psychic just yet. It is kind of, I would say, clunky, but I think it is really interesting as we have a big Gardevoir Unite move on that base. Not quite securing some KOs. T-Tar actually clutching up and able to stop this tower takeover and even secure these KOs. I feel like the Ho-Oh has been doing quite a bit of damage on this fly flamethrower build.
Let's see if they can stop the steal here and get one of the blue buffs for the first time in this game. Man, Ho-Oh is living on their farm. Every single farm I've seen Ho-Oh just barely secure with a fire breath. We find 1 KO? Yes.
Oh, we did it. We're the best.
Trick Room might be good. We found a KO. I don't know what it does. They just drop a square down and then they dance around? I'm guessing that's right?
Yeah. I think that's what the Unite DB notes say. I'm really not sure what else it would do, so I think that would be the gist. As we get ready for this Rayquaza fight, Scizor got brought in. He's maybe in a little too far, but Psyduck actually clutches up and get some KOs. Ho-Oh gonna res both of them, actually. I wasn't sure if he had enough money to do that, but our Red Blossom fight's starting a little early.
We found the KOs there with a really good Fairy Singularity by Rosiah, but it looks like it doesn't matter as Ho-Oh has rezzed their teammates, and we are flipping the Black Dragon.
You wouldn't say bird.
I almost said
so
that bird.
bad.
Oh, he's it's swag, saving the game. I believe in the bottom lane. We have 82 points going in. We have 88 going in from Umbreon over here. We have the score lead. I don't know if Psyduck has a shield. I don't know if Parasite got a shield. I don't know who has one on the side of Brouhaha.
Wow, I mean, they're gonna find out here very soon that they are, in fact, in the lead. It'll only be a small lead, though, and there's definitely time for Kiss Kiss to make a pretty hard push, but Brouhaha does have Scizor and Guardiol already, hopefully making this defense a little bit easier for them, but oh my gosh, I can't believe I got that.
We are bullying adult Gardevoir with some auto attacks. That blue buff, we have not stopped the steal.
No.
It's theirs all game.
Hurt people, hurt people.
Hurt people. We are making a push onto this bottom lane. I'm expecting to see a really good engage, and I'm expecting to see Rakir maybe Dragonite ult into the top side as soon as he sees all 5. That is another dunk coming in by Mimikyu, though, giving Brouhaha the 100-point lead. We are finding KOs. 19 goes in. Ho-Oh has made this a one-score game. We eat the Tyranitar. We eat the Dragonite. We find the KO. Dragonite goes down. Trick Room on the pad.
God.
This 47-point difference here. We are playing right on. We are electro drifting. We are finding the KOs, and that is game.
Wow.
By Brouhaha.
Mimikyu Trick Room differential. He Trick Roomed that pad, and it did the thing that we all know that Trick Room does, and he ate them up.
They ate. Mimikyu really ate.
They really maximized their slay in that bottom push.
I have no idea how Umbreon got that secure.
Yeah.
Can we,
I think they just auto-attacked it.
Can we slow
Mimikyu
down?
coming out with 12 KOs. Bora on with 11 on that T-Tar. Wow. I mean, Kiss Kiss played an excellent game. They just must not have had any of their secures up, a miscommunication perhaps, or simply unlucky, truly. But shout out Helmet Flag.
I'm sure if we slowed that down, there was something to do with a Dragonite. All right, if you guys hear grunting, my dog is yelling at me.
Fair enough. Same.
Oh, late on the secure. I'm so sorry.
Unlucky for Kiss Kiss, but wow, 93k coming out of Scizor. Scizor buffs are real, guys. Wake up. It's OCE's time to shine.
They were just mostly dying to Tyranitar, so I don't really know what it did. But congratulations. The Scizor was just kind of getting eaten by this Tyranitar. So
but he hit them.
He did it. Alright, I have a new plushie, guys. This one's a real one. He's getting mad at me, so I'm trying to make him be quiet.
That was my dog earlier.
We are heading into a game 3. Very excited for this one. We're getting Kiss Kiss back on the first pick. And I'm not really sure what that means for Parasite again. I think he's going to be having a lot of his picks taken away again.
It does seem like Parasite has been saving his pick for last, which as a speedster or even like a jungler player, it does feel like kind of the ideal position to be in because you don't really want one of your carry mons like that to be hard countered. But it's kind of happening anyway, so it might be worth kind of picking what he wants possibly earlier in the draft. Obviously, it worked out this time, but like you said, the Scizor, while doing quite a bit of damage, could not really, it seemed like, do much in the face of the T-Tar, so I'm not sure. I did like the switch-ups they were able to make, even if they weren't totally successful throughout the game.
I would love to see that clip back if somebody in the chat would throw it in there for us. A solid Umbreon secure.
Mm,
Just good macro though from the side of Kiss. They actually didn't even lose a player because of a fantastic hold from Oblivion. Should have been game, set, match, but what can you do? Every once in a while, Umbreon boosted auto attack secures over a Dynamite Hyper Beam. So
happens to the best of us.
Happens to the best of us. We're moving on to game 3 here pretty shortly. What picks are we excited for? I actually really liked Rosia on that Gardevoir. The Fairy Singularities kept them in that game a lot longer than they should have been.
Yeah, it's almost like if you give a Gardevoir player their final evolution too fast, it's almost like, well, I can ult like every minute now, so I'm just gonna start throwing them. But when you delay them for half of the game, I feel like they get angry, and then they're like, okay, I'm hitting all of you with my ult for the rest of the game, and that's what happened. And
what you're saying is they should try to lose early.
To get the fire, to know what it's like to feel weak, you know, you have to get into the mind of your enemy. I think it makes sense.
They should bullying caused them to lose that game. If they didn't bully, by the way, I think let's get the counter on that. I think there was maybe 2 blue buffs for the side of Brouhaha. You know, I'd like them. If I had one tip for them, it'd be to remember that buff exists. Let's go get it.
Yeah, maybe we don't just send our Gardevoir to 1v2 the blue buff and the Ho-Oh, perhaps. I think that's a good one.
Every single time we're getting back into it. I'm excited.
I am too. Game 3. These teams have been really fun to watch. I feel like they've been... Honestly, like, Kiss has been pretty dominant, but Brouhaha is giving them a hard run for their money. They're not making it easy, and these drafts have been so much fun. Bora gonna keep that Meowscarada out of the game. I love that so much. Was not on my bingo card for today. We're like, what's the meta? I wasn't expecting Meowscarada. No ducks either. No ducks allowed. Seems like Psyduck was just annoying enough.
Psyduck, I don't think I didn't see much from him, but I don't think you were right. He was yeeting them. I don't really know what happened, but we are picking that Hoopa. Yeah, we're not banning Hoopa from the side of Kiss. Or sorry, from the side of Brouhaha. We almost picked it away though.
Definitely. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking sorry, I was going to let you go, but I was going to say maybe the Miraidon is better, they think, for the lane in the bottom lane, because they've been getting pretty dunked on down there. Or they've been dunking on.
I totally agree. I think the Miraidon has been too solid of a pick to give it up. I was actually thinking, Kiss would take that Hoopa away from Brouhaha, potentially, since they've been consistently first picking the Miraidon anyway. And they're taking away the Umbreon. There's a no Umbreon steal this time.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
No, we have it backwards.
Oh, I'm wrong. I thought.
Yeah, I know. Me too. No, we changed the names.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I was also confused for a second there. You're fine. But Hoopa and Umbreon are great picks for Brouhaha here to find their way into this best of 3 win. Getting the Blaziken for the top lane path. Saving their attacker pick for the very end is interesting, unless Rosia might be on one of the 2 we see
already.
Amsel or Blaziken. We're going to go... I think Celestial is very upset with the secure, so they might be playing Red Bear. We will see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they did have a very solid comp last time, like even for their secure. It was really, I mean, dude, that is unlucky. Umbreon on attack, unlucky. Love the Chomp. Celestial is an outstanding Garchomp. I think Mimikyu is solid whether you're Trick Rooming or not. We'll see what Riker prefers here. I wonder if Frezia... Oh, and they are going with the Inteleon this time.
Yeah, it's a really good pick. I brought it up. I think they're getting bullied too much in these games. And I think they're going to finally show themselves as a difference maker in this best of 3 if Brouhaha is going to come out on top by picking Inteleon, something that can survive the laning phase, versus Rhydon. Boar Reach 3 games in a row getting to play it.
Yeah, they clearly either think they can go without the Miraidon, or maybe they're just like not super, they're more confident on some of these other mons who can start to contend with it. I definitely think Inteleon is one of the better ones, especially just because it's also pretty strong early on with its secure in the water gun ability. You can just kind of get rolling right away, which I think is really valuable to have, especially if you are laning with an Umbreon who maybe doesn't have the strongest secure or early game until you hit that level 4. And I love that we're going to be able to get to see Parasite on Absol as well.
Very fun pick for them. They're going X Attack. I don't know what that could mean. I'm pretty sure everyone's just playing Pursuit these days, though.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Psycho Cut. Yeah, I don't think that's doing too much to my knowledge. But let's go, Sneaky. Game 3.
Game 3 in our what we were born for, Underdunk.
Yeah, yes. I keep getting confused between Underdunk and Overdunk. I'm like, which one is this called? I'm doing both now. It's very confusing. It's very difficult. I have a very difficult life.
Top lane, Torchic and Hoopa pretty good. We're getting to stack good secure from, I think it's Deloin on the middle Baltoy there. Whoa, wow, jeez. Celestial flashing on to Torchic just for one auto attack was crazy.
Hey, he secures that. Buttlebee in there. Blissey is able to keep harassing them. It looks like Gibble's gonna get that middle farm for pretty much free, and yeah, they're even rolling down here in this bottom path as well. Kiss loves to have these strong lanes. They really do not mess around when it comes to this early game.
Yeah, we're gonna see Reckon on the top side with the Mimikyu. We might see another Trick Room. I don't know anymore, gamers. I have no idea. Shadow Claw onto multiple members. Another Shadow Claw reset, but Parasite is here and finds a KO. They're going to take the portal. Maybe? No, we're not. But we're going to heal. Celestial is not scoring 30. In fact, they're baiting Celestial to go in. They might be able to find a KO on him if he goes in. Jail's baiting.
I don't think they know that the Lax was kind of waiting in the wake for them to get off that node. Oh, they are still going to try to go in. Oh, Celestial's able to push them out of that portal. They are running for their lives. Is your refrigerator running? Because you better go catch it.
Is your Hoopa running? Because Oblivion is stopping them from running with a great heavy slam. We have a level 7 Parasite, though. While all that was happening, Parasite was just farming. Got their level 7, so is Rick here. Both junglers here now. We missed here onto the big Altaria, but we get KO'd.
Yeah, honestly, like pretty even trades in terms of KOs. I feel like so far on both sides, no one getting like a clear XP lead. Points are a little bit in Kiss's favor as these Reggies are beginning to spawn here in the next 40 seconds. Hoopa almost getting caught out. Oh my gosh, an amazing heavy slam that knocks them out of that portal. Wow. That is some technique there. That is so unlucky. That was honestly an engagement winning portal, but Blissey's is going to keep stacking in points in this top base.
Parasite almost went down to a Blissey auto attack, but just barely jumped onto that pad. We are gonna have ultimates on both junglers here for the Reggies spawning. Snipe shot point. We're doing the no scope. We're missing. We'll see what can happen here. We're going to poke out with Inteleon to try to get some positioning here, but multiple members of Kiss and Bruja are all coming topside in the jungle. Parasite finds the KO onto Miraidon, and Oblivion on Snorlax goes down as well. 5-man engage here. Rek here goes in, ults on top of the Hoopa, but is unable to find the KO, or does eventually find the KO after coming out of the ult, but does go down. Snipe shot. Gel is happy feet, wombo comboing, dodging moves. Not gonna find those KOs. But Parasite said, I'm out.
Yeah, as soon as the Orange Side team was able to get that first KO in that engagement, Absol started to go towards that bottom path. He knew that all 5 members were in that top lane, and he could just flip and rip that bottom objective really quick while we stall out this top fight, which Orange Side team has been able to do, but Blaziken's getting collapsed on and zoned out from that Alecki as Garchomp is ripping it and is able to secure as they make this top lane push.
Man, Blaziken actually had a really good Blaze Kick onto 2 members into the wall to get out of that alive, but it is going to make a difference here as Parasite comes back up after farming and gets a good ultimate on a couple members of Kiss Kiss and finds a couple KOs. Inteleon also ulting, A-pressing, snipe shotting, finding KOs. Miraidon's half HP. Let's see if we can get that KO. 2 bruisers. Yep, he's gone. We're going to do some math here. Hopefully, Umbreon scores 30.
Good math, good
Beautiful,
math, good math.
Beautiful.
Wow, wow. And who says Unite gamers can't do math? Wow. Looks like, oh my gosh, a really nice counter push from Kiss Kiss. Hoopa portals have just not been super successful on the side of Brouhaha so far this game, which is really unfortunate. I feel like they're not bad Hoopa portals, but just kind of either unlucky timing or Oblivion is making sure he heavy slams on top of them. Blissey also has the opportunity to knock some people out of them with Egg Bomb, and we also saw Celestial pull people out of them with Garchomp. It was definitely clear that Kiss Kiss had that in mind when they saw that Hoopa pick.
Absolutely. We are looking for canceling all those heals. I think Hoopa needs to play a little more back and put the portals a little more back, but they were trying to score. I think too many players were also standing in one spot, making that an easy engage and team wipe to counter break the tier 1 top side. Brouhaha, oh, I've never seen that before. Recall canceled by the Altaria spawning. They don't know their timers. If we knock out this Regirock, this could be the, this could make it the not last one of the game. Absol on top of it. Garchomp is going to get it with one tick of their Garchomp Unite. Unfortunately for Brouhaha, they would have really liked that Regirock to continue dominating this middle game here. Blaziken's finding KOs.
Yeah, even though they did not secure, Brouhaha is honestly winning this engage. I feel like having that bot pad there to run back to, even just as a defensive tactic, is really, really nice. Mimikyu able to pick up a KO, but okay, we're pulling our ult. It is, you know, enough time. We got one more left in us, but with 3 members of Brouhaha still there, that was not happening for our sweet Mimikyu.
No, and I think this makes this a little bit of a tough game for Kiss Kiss to get back into. They have to come up to this Rotom. They have both their tier 1s broken. They have to start ripping, but members of Brouhaha are farming their ultimates back on this map, and I think they're just going to let it go. All this does is let Kiss Kiss farm their side of the map for the next minute, while Brouhaha just A-presses and deletes. They might be able to make a bottom push. We'll see what happens. Hoopa is up, though, with portals. They could just let it walk after a little bit. It would give enough time for Kiss Kiss to come back and score if they do this right. So, but I think Brouhaha is hitting the Regilucky V enough. Hitting the Regilucky enough to then portal down and contest this. They're not able to find any scores or KOs here. Parasite finding one. Parasite about to find a second one. Jumps right into Oblivion's heavy slam, but gets out. Blaziken doesn't even have to come down. Finds KO under the Rotom. Or the Regilucky. I'm so bad at this. And continues to farm their side of the map. Levels are good. Brouhaha's got their
definitely looking close. Super good call on what Brouhaha's macro was there. The way they were able to kind of split up. They knew that Kiss Kiss was going to go for that bot lane push, and Hoopa was ready with the portal on the pad, and they clutched up and were able to keep that there. So now they can play off this bottom pad since Rayquaza is starting. Wow, okay, we're snipe shotting into the grass, trying to get some of that big poke damage. Miraidon also looking to poke right back. Snorlax getting a little low. Umbreon sprinting in. Okay. It's engagement time. We are ulting and Blissey ulting. All the Rayquazas literally went. Oh my god! Umbreon secure again. What is Brouhaha? Was that helmet swag again? Ooh, they boomed.
I think that flip is an absolute panic call. Garchomp is hitting it. Garchomp is hitting it so low. Miraidon. I'd have to really slow down and analyze what was going on there, but
yeah, that happened fast.
As soon as Garchomp is in the pit smacking it, Umbreon is in the backline, foul play, ulting, and I guess an auto attack got it over. I'm looking at some of the best secure options in the game right now. Absol was ulting, there was a snipe shot, there was probably an overheat. I don't really know, but the helmet swag is the best, I guess. With two Umbreon secures.
Literally get good. Literally get good. Super great Umbreon play. Even when he ran in at like their backline and was able to foul play snarl them like immediately, getting vision of them, you know, knocking them up in case any of his teammates are able to follow up, and obviously the secure, actually insane. Really, really great job from Brouhaha, but yeah, I agree. I'm not sure why we flip when we're so far. I mean, I guess it was close, but just seems like we didn't really get to see a lot of Kiss tools at play that they could have utilized. Wowee.
Man, the bit is... I was looking to find more plushies for the bit while I had a second, and I couldn't find them in my office. I think they've been
Bad bit.
moved around. I am moving soon, so I will have an insane... I'm hopefully gonna have my like streamer set up with a large background of too many plushes. Some would say.
Sneaky lore drop. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Wow. Well, Kiss is still in our tourney. We do have the lower bracket. They can work their way through, but man, Brouhaha, they've been the comeback kids. I believe they were down a game in their last set as well and then won the final two. So really, really good stuff from them today. They've been really, really fun to watch. It looks like they'll be going on to play Los Labubus. Unclear how that is spelled, but looks like
it's Labubus.
Labubus, you know, you're right. That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
You're so right. Good one, Sneaky, good one.
We're going on to a break, I've been told, from the producers.
Yes, very
Thank
subtle.
you guys so much for watching. Everybody, please follow for more Pokemon Unite content from SteelAgentKyle. Go ahead and hit them with the sub. Check your Twitch Primes if you have them.
So true.
What is that? What does that mean? It means you can connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get one free subscription per month to support local streamers to your area. I don't know
local
where you
streamers
live.
in your area.
Local streamers in your area, and you can support Pokemon Unite local streamers.
We love that. All right.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. I think on that note, we'll head to the break, and then Kyle and Husky will be back.
I'm so excited.
Our eggs are filled with happiness, and that taking even a single bite of it can bring a smile to anyone's face. Deeply compassionate and ever-caring, she's headed to the Aos Island arenas to aid the sad and injured and offer an egg in these trying times. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Character Spotlight featuring Blissey, the Happiness Pokemon.
Blissey is a buff healer support whose job is to keep your teammates happy, healthy, and primed to score some knockouts. She may not be built for damage, but her ability to enable her teammates to succeed should not be understated. A support's job is far from easy. Blissey requires the trained hands of intermediate trainers who can monitor the battlefield, keep a close eye on their allies' status, and support key teammates by keeping them alive and enhanced at any given point in battle.
Chansey and Blissey's passive is Natural Cure. Every several seconds, Chansey and Blissey cleanses themselves of any active debuffs and hindrances. This effect occurs even if they don't have anything to cleanse. Unlike most other Pokemon, Chansey and Blissey's boosted basic attacks are on a cooldown system indicated by the pink bar under the HP bar. When the bar is full, their next basic attack will be boosted, dealing increased damage and resetting the bar to 0. Chansey's first basic ability is Heal Pulse. Chansey sends out a restoring pulse of energy, continuously healing a small amount of health to a designated ally and herself for a short duration. Even if no ally targets are available, Chansey can still use this ability to heal herself. Her other basic ability is Pound. Chansey slaps down in a designated direction, dealing damage and moderately slowing all enemies in the area of effect for a short time.
Sorry about that. Come here, girl.
Who are you? Oh, I'm Deadpool. And I guess you're Deadpool too. But in here, everybody calls me Nice Pool. Oh my goodness, wait till you see Lady Pool. She is gorgeous. She just had a baby too, and can't even tell. I don't think you're supposed to say that. That's okay. I identify as a feminist. Right. Are those gold-plated 50 caliber Desert Eagle pistoleros? Of course. To match my ear huggy. Can I have them? Over my dead body. You're fun. And I guess you've already met Mary Poppins, aka Dogpool. Careful where you put your hand. She's 90% G-spot, and she'll let you know it. You let this little flirt out of your sight for 1 second, and she starts shopping for a new papa. If you can't be a responsible pet owner, then maybe you don't deserve this little unicorn. Guilty on all charges, Your Honor. It shan't happen again. Why are you so nice? It costs nothing to be kind.
Once Chansey reaches level 4, she evolves into Blissey and forgets Heal Pulse to learn either Soft Boiled or Safeguard. If Blissey learns Soft Boiled, Blissey shares a rejuvenating egg with an ally in range, restoring a burst of health initially, then restoring a smaller amount of health a few more times after the first. Blissey can hold a few eggs in reserve and use one after the other in succession, but will overwrite the previous egg's healing over time if it is shared to the same ally. If there are multiple allies in range, Soft Boiled will target the ally with the lowest health by default. However, trainers can aim the ability to direct where the healing goes. If no allies are in range, she'll instead heal herself. When the ability upgrades at level 10, Blissey is able to carry an additional Soft Boiled egg in reserve.
When it comes to quick, on-demand healing, Blissey's soft-boiled eggs are second to none. Before engagements, she can neutralize some of the poke damage that the enemy team may throw your way, and can otherwise greatly extend how long your teammates can continue to fight before retreating away. In situations where the incoming damage is sporadic, let the heal over time complete before sharing another egg with the injured to ensure you get the maximum amount of healing. However, don't empty out the egg carton too soon, because once the battle breaks out, you'll want to make use of your reserves to quickly heal your allies, so that they can continue to stand and fight. If Blissey strays too far from an ally in need, she'll end up accidentally healing only herself, so pay close attention to who's in range of your ability and be sure to stick close to your allies as you navigate the battlegrounds. Besides, food always tastes better when it's shared.
If Blissey instead learns Safeguard, she can grant herself and a targeted ally a sizable shield for a few seconds. When the shield is granted, it purges any debuffs, marks, and hindrances her ally may be under, and prevents incoming hindrances to her and her ally until the shield is broken or expires. However, it is important to note that Safeguard's shield does not prevent additional debuffs and marks from being applied. Like with Soft Boiled, Safeguard will also target that ally with the lowest health by default if multiple teammates are in range. If the trainer wishes to target someone else, they can manually aim the ability to shield them instead. If no one else is in range, she can still shield herself. And once Blissey reaches level 10, the move upgrades, granting even more shields than before.
Safeguard is an incredibly potent ability that allows an ally to fight without the fear of being interrupted by hindrances, so long as the shield remains. This ability can be used either preemptively to protect an ally from hindrances, or used in the thick of combat to cleanse an ally in need. Remember, Safeguard targets cannot be hindered by regular crowd control, but they can still be marked and debuffed by enemy Pokemon. So in some cases you may want to wait to use this ability until after the key debuffs or marks are used against you or your teammates. Unlike Soft Boiled, this ability is a one and done ability before it goes on cooldown, so being able to identify who needs it the most is crucial. Make doubly sure that you're in range of your ally and aim the ability carefully so that it isn't inadvertently used on someone else, or worse, only on yourself.
When Blissey levels up to 6, she forgets Pound and can decide to learn either Egg Bomb or Helping Hand. With Egg Bomb, Blissey tosses an explosive egg at a designated location. When the egg lands and explodes, it deals damage and briefly throws enemies caught in the blast zone outward. Like with Soft Boiled, Blissey can hold a few egg bombs in reserve and use one after the other in succession. If Egg Bomb is learned after learning Soft Boiled, both abilities will combine and share their charges, and receive a significant decrease to their charge cooldowns. Once the ability is upgraded at level 12, Egg Bomb will also moderately slow enemies for a short time after they are thrown.
Egg Bomb gives you the flexibility to directly influence a team battle, either offensively or defensively, and is a natural pick when learning Soft Boiled. The increased number of charges and the cooldown reduction benefits both abilities greatly and are crucial to being able to support your team. With good timing and aiming, Blissey can nullify dive attempts against your carries and set up a quick knockout. Interrupt the opponent's flow of combat, or prevent enemies from escaping to safety. Remember that the ability takes a moment to land and enemies are knocked away from the center of the explosion. With enough practice and experience, you'll be able to predict how your opponents may act and punish them with your hard-boiled reads.
If you find that using eggs as weapons is too barbaric, Blissey can instead learn Helping Hand. When activated, Blissey makes her allies egg static to fight, greatly improving the basic attack speed of herself and any allies around her for a few seconds. Additionally, Blissey also increases the movement speed of herself and allies until the ability expires. While Blissey is under the effect of Helping Hand, all of her basic attacks will become boosted and then go on cooldown once the effect ends. At level 12, the move upgrades, also granting a boost to basic attack damage to those affected.
Ideally, Helping Hand is used to utilize both the boost in movement speed as well as attack speed, as it can give your allies the boost they need to outduel, chase, or escape an enemy Pokemon. However, remember that you don't always have to get use out of its attack speed boost. This ability can also be used defensively to help allies escape or catch up to enemies with the movement speed boost. Don't forget that during this time, all of your basic attacks are boosted, so it can be your chance to contribute some additional damage to the team. As always, be mindful of your positioning, and if you can, always try to use this ability to enhance as many allies as you can.
At level 8, it's time for emergency protection as Blissey learns her Unite move Bliss Assistance. Blissey dashes with utmost haste to a friend in need, offering a nutritious egg, granting them a massive shield and a large boost to their attack and special attack for a significant duration. During this time, Blissey will also intercept a large percentage of any health damage received by the assisted ally as true damage, bypassing any shield she may have on her. While she is rushing to an ally's aid, any enemy she comes into contact with during her transit, as well as those around the rescuee, will be knocked up briefly and take massive damage. Enemies positioned close to and between Blissey's rescue target and Blissey will take double damage but only be knocked up once.
Blissey's Unite move is the ultimate buff ability for any ally Pokemon on your team, and often can be game deciding depending on its timing and use. The combination of damage stat boosts, shields, and damage reduction powers up your ally beyond their limits and turns them into a huge...
And welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. A little bit of a pivot that we have to make. It looks like Los Labubus is gonna have to drop out due to an emergency, unfortunately. But instead of keeping y'all waiting around for rounds and rounds and rounds, we are going to drop down into the losers side of this bracket for a few rounds. So still going to get some plenty of Pokemon Unite action. So we are going to be seeing Kiss Kiss, a team who just lost a heartbreaking set against Brouhaha, take on Team Star.
Yeah, that was, as I was watching in the background, a really interesting set. Once again, Brouhaha had come back from being down 1-0 and ended up pulling it out in a shocking turn of events. So they are going to be sitting in our grand finals now that unfortunately Los Labubus had to DQ. So Brouhaha is going to be sitting up there waiting for the rest of the losers bracket to finish up. But that was definitely a heartbreaking set that we saw for Kiss Kiss. So we'll see if they are able to turn it around here in the quarterfinals against Team Star.
I haven't seen Team Star at all today, so they've kind of been a little bit of a shocker. They won against Don't Sleep 2-0, but then they lost down to Los Labubus, who we were going to see, but unfortunately unable to due to that DQ. But we are going to see them for the first time today, so be interested to see how they match up against Kiss Kiss, who has been just so strong match after match. But this is the lower bracket, so these are going to be best of 1 matches until we get back up to the grand finals. But it does look like these teams are locked and loaded and ready for the draft.
Look at us.
Wow.
In a draft and everything.
Crazy.
Surprising, shocking even. We've got a Miraidon ban from Celestial, banning that one out. Not a surprising ban to see. Miraidon is very solid, really, really strong, and anyone can kind of make it work. So it's a really safe ban. Psyduck ban comes in next.
Psyduck, an absolute menace in the Thea Sky Ruins right now, has received a couple of nerfs fairly recently, most notably to the passive along with the disable move, but teams are still highly prioritizing it. I think it's mostly because of that surf ability.
Yeah, it's kind of your classic disruptor supporter move. It does a ton of damage, but it's mainly used for that utility, able to kind of push everybody exactly where you want to go. And the Umbreon ban as well, another really strong Pokemon with a lot of crowd control that can really disposition the teams in a way that you definitely don't want. But supporter is going to be grabbed there for Kiss Kiss. Dispenza's going to lock in that Hoopa.
Hoopa is fantastic right now. Great first pick. Can really design your team around it. However, really look for Team Star to maybe try to counterpick it a little bit. Maybe pick something that can push the team out of those portals. And I think Blastoise fits that bill perfectly right now.
Yeah, Blastoise, and I would also want to see an Egg Blissey there. I think that would be a good call. Blaziken with that Blaze Kick move, you can really push enemies around. So again, you're kind of creating a lot of opportunities to wait out where the Hoopa portal is, wait for the enemy team to go for it, and set up some great plays with a lot of your crowd control moves.
Wrecker grabbing the Absol. One of the notable players that you really need to look out for is Wrecker on the Absol. Very strong player on that specific Pokemon. Really strong player in general, but specifically on that one. Here on Underdunk, we've seen many teams target ban that Absol away from him. And then it just ends up picking a different speedster, maybe even Dragonite and running town. Team Star, though, picking up the Blissey Mimikyu.
Yeah, I mean, I called the Blissey earlier, so seeing the Blissey, definitely solid here. They are wearing the special attack specs. You can only imagine that will be a healing Blissey, because as the special attack stat increases, so does the healing. Mimikyu, again, gotten nerfed, but since we've seen it today, it doesn't look very nerfed. And look at that over there, the Tinkaton being locked in for Celestial.
It's hammer time, baby. I'm super excited to see it. I've been waiting. I don't know how long I've been waiting to say it, but I've been waiting.
What is this, Bonk City?
Bonk City. I love Tinkaton. I think it's one of the better releases. It released relatively underpowered, to some. I still think it was fine before the nerfs, but it had plenty of counterplay. I think the big thing that you want to focus on if you're Team Star is don't let Tinkaton get the stacks, and not necessarily the attack weight stacks, but the hammer stacks.
The hammer stacks.
Yeah.
The hammer stacks. MC Hammer out here. Celestial, the Tinkaton. I really like Tinkaton as a release. I feel like it's a really solid Pokemon that's very strong, but it doesn't seem like impossible to play into or super annoying, but you do have to know your matchups. And Tinkaton has a really, really difficult early game. So I wonder if it will be that top lane Pokemon, and it's going to be having a rough time going up against this Blaziken. Well, Actually, the Blastoise is also not running EXP share here on Team Star. It's the Pikachu. So we could be seeing the carry Blastoise as well. I don't know who they're sending up to the top path, but either way, Tinkaton is going to have a rough early game.
Gonna have to try to get as many of those hammer stacks in as possible. So you just kind of have to hold out if you're Celestial. You want to get that 60 in. Obviously, you get those hammer stacks by hitting opposing Pokemon, not farm. It has to be opposing Pokemon with either an ability or with a boosted basic attack. And you can hit multiple people, but once it hits 60, that hammer, that Gigaton hammer is a huge secure tool.
Oh, yeah. And I love how we're talking about it as though Tinkaton has no other move options, which it really doesn't. You have to run the Gigaton Hammer. That thing is crazy. And look at that, the pay-to-win Pikachu skin. There it is, coming into that bottom path.
A pay-to-win Pikachu going to the bottom path. We have this Torchic heading to the top path, and look at this, Tinkaton. Celestial is going to try to work that hammer as much as possible, so you're going to see them push forward, utilize their abilities, get maybe some of their stacks on that attack weight as well, and they've been able to do it so far.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon I'm not upset to see go down early. If you're getting any amount of stacks, both hammer and attack weight stacks, and you still go down, I honestly think that's fine. It's not that big of a deal. You really need to do that in the early game because it's so difficult. But here comes the Absol with a pursuit heading into that bush.
Ooh, look at it take down the Torchic, able to. The Mimikyu does respond and push the Absol back a little bit, but really great KO there for Absol, taking out that Torchic.
We've got in the bottom path the Pikachu by themselves right now because all 4 members of Team Star have rotated up into this top path instead. So it's just Pikachu level 3. Doesn't even have its level 4 yet. But up in the top path is really going to be where the fight's taking place. Here comes the Mamoswine looking to help out up here. Hoopa able to take down the Squirtle by themselves. They don't even need that 4th member, Kyle.
Oh, here we go. Blissy's able to take out Tinkaton, so maybe another little bit of a hammer stack strategic int there for Celestial as they are able to get a little bit more. 31-0 here early on. Espeon, Boreach able to really hold their own in the bot path too.
Yeah, and as you play Tinkaton, I feel like you just have to... The way that you play this Pokemon is you give the enemy team false hope by going down a lot in the early game. You int early for stacks, you get KO'd a couple times, you give the Blaziken a little bit of false hope that it's getting ahead, and then you get your hammer stacks and it's over for them. I think that's what Celestial's plan is here. They're walking up there looking for even more of some potential stacks, but here comes Pikachu and Mimikyu.
Oh, able to take down the Blissey. That's definitely a nice KO there. More players are coming up to the top lane. Nice Ice Fang from Oblivion is able to keep Mimikyu away from that dive. And Celestial, again, getting a lot of value on this character early on. Should be able to get their level 6 very shortly and get evolved at level 7 in just a moment.
We've got the Trick Room on the Mimikyu, so maybe the Shadow Sneak nerfs hit just enough to be able to make the Trick Room work, but now another big Ice Fang is going to push them away, and I really do love the choice to go Ice Fang here, especially with Tinkaton. You can really set up some great plays if you throw them down right in front of a Gigaton Hammer, and they're basically just bonked and then bonked again. That's going to be big for Kiss Kiss if they can make that combo work.
Not only that, but they're able to take that basement path no problem. Wrecker getting a ton of value in the off lane. Regieleki is getting chipped down. Here comes the secured Gigaton Hammer. Doesn't get it, but Wrecker does. They're able to take the Lecky. Now going to push forward. 3 members of Team Star fall at the double KO from Wrecker as they push even further. Lecky walks in, stacks galore. There's a one for Tinkaton. Hoopa might get their 10 in. Instead, they might just elect to let Tinkaton get more and more of that attack weight.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Tinkaton because we're interested in watching them here, but not to be outdone is Wrecker, of course, on the Absol. Doesn't want to be forgotten. Here comes Bor, though, getting caught out. They have to use their Unite move, but that's a really big push there for Team Star. Able to get a couple big KOs there. They might be able to bring it back.
A little bit of a consolation prize, right? You're still able to take out a level 9 Espeon, get some levels there on your Blaziken, and allow Team Star to push a little bit forward in this basement path. There's an overheat, but they're overcooked by Wrecker once again. This Absol is going bananas in this entire match. Looking for the Blissey, unable to get it now, and there goes the Midnight Slash, able to help do a little bit of damage. Reg Ice, though, getting chipped down, and a great side shock here from this Espeon.
Yeah, beautiful Ice Fang right into that side shock. Perfectly placed there from those 2 players. Definitely big to take them out. And here comes Tinkaton with the KO on top of the Mimikyu, who I really think meant to use the Unite move on Absol, but ended up going on the Hoopa previously, which kind of is exactly what you want to see. You would rather the support go down. It's not like they had a Unite move or anything. They really weren't that valuable, which is great for them. But Celestial getting caught out, but not before throwing down a huge hammer on 4.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to see how many stacks he has on the hammer, because I believe at least at 40, but look at this. Hoopa's going to take the team up. Rings are unbound, looking to push forward this T2 pad, able to get a ton of value, bringing that goal zone down to 41. However, their hands might have been caught in the cookie jar. Hoopa going back to the Pokemon Center. Absol might be the next that fall. Blaziken heating up. Double KO for them. That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
It's under 5 minutes, which means Absol starts to suck, and we're starting to see it here. They do end up going down. Big experience for them, but Regieleki getting very low. It is the hammer itself. Celestial taking that one, and Kiss, even though they lost a few members here, is not concerned. A KO there on the Pikachu. They are going to be able to secure that Regieleki and a good number of KOs.
Love that. Hoop is going to set the team up, reset with that hyperspace hole. They're going to maybe also grab some vision to see if Team Star is watching that pad, and looks like they are. Blastoise spin to win, going to try to hold the door. Absol going in, Midnight Slash. Blaziken has returned and are able to defend it. Team Star has a great response down in this top path to make sure that Regieleki doesn't go.
I really like the positioning from Absol. It's just becoming more and more clear to me why they banned this Pokemon from Wrecker. Look at that Mimikyu having to finally they get that Unite move on top of the Absol and take it down. But Wrecker's just really able to position so well around these fights to make it sure that they are not getting KO'd and getting good value. And look at that reset from the Hoopa there. Mimikyu not getting the value that they want in that situation. Here comes the Hoopa Unite move.
Rings are unbound once again. Dispenza getting dangerously low. There goes the Hydro Typhoon. Blastoise is able to clean up the house. That's a clean team wipe for Team Star. It's exactly what they need. And look how much value they're about to get in this top path.
Wow, I don't know about that Hoopa Unite move. That was just kind of in the middle of everything, and as everyone kept coming through the portal, they were just going down one by one. Big points there on the top and bottom path for Team Star. They're still down, but they are definitely not out.
Yeah, they got a bunch of XP, got a bunch of points there, bringing the score deficit within 100. So that's just one score, but not only that, but you bought yourself a ton of space from that Hoopa. But look at this, Husky. That is fully stacked Tinkaton. That hammer is going to cause some problems.
That is going to be taking everybody to Pound Town, Bonk City. That Gigaton hammer, and with 30 seconds left until Rayquaza, both teams are starting to position into this pit, looking for the last bit of levels that they can possibly get here, and it's just Oblivion now fighting two in the center while the rest of the team is in the top half.
Gonna get chunked down by this Blaziken Mimikyu combo. It's gonna take quite a bit though. They finally find the KO, but look at this, Kiss pushing forward onto this Blastoise. Level 14 just barely misses the Psyshock, does that Espeon, otherwise that was a big KO waiting to happen there for Kiss.
Yeah, wow, that Blastoise KO could have been absolutely huge for them. Just not quite enough damage on the level 14 Blastoise. They get some really big shields. Here comes Celestial, walking right into all five. We're gonna get caught, Kyle.
Oh, there we go. Absol Midnight Slash gonna help take out the Pikachu. 3 members down, almost 4. Blastoise might be the next to fall. Espeon is able to help clean it up, and that's a clean team white. Kiss gives Team Star the kiss of death. And they are going to take this Rayquaza and likely take game number 1 in this best of 1.
I feel like Celestial just walked in there expecting to int again because, I mean, if you focus all your attention on the Tinkaton, you're forgetting about the fact that there's a level 15 Absol there who's just going to Midnight Slash all over you, which is exactly what happened in that situation. So even though they lost Celestial, he was able to live for so much longer than expected and also be able to get the value that they needed to take everybody down on Team Star and secure that Rayquaza. And, I mean, unless there's a miracle push here from Team Star, I'll go as far as to say Kiss is going to be moving forward in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, there's another 100. I think Hoopa still has a shield as well, so that 100's likely going to be inevitable. I think Blastoise has seen enough. I think they're ready to go packing back into the ranked ladder because this will be the end of the night for Team Star, and there it is.
Yeah,
there's the GG.
Back into the ranked ladder is diabolical.
I mean, that's what I'd be doing after a
Back
tournament.
to the ranked ladder where the matchmaking is definitely fixed.
It's totally fixed. It's so fixed.
And it's very doable to climb. Very doable.
So doable. Yeah. I took a little bit of a break, I don't know about you, but I took a little break in the holidays and trying to get back into it. I'm just like, holy cow, I don't think they did fix rank, but either way.
I wish I could say I took a break. I wish.
Kiss. able to take this one. They're going to be moving on to your lower bracket semifinal. Man, that was the first time getting to see Tinkaton in competitive play, and look at the damage. 132k.
Why are people not playing this thing?
I don't know.
I mean,
It's
I guess
crazy
maybe
good.
teams don't know what to do against the Tinkaton yet, so it just does these crazy numbers, but it's an all-rounder, and that is definitely living up to its name. It is doing an all-around lot of damage, taking an all-around lot of damage, and healing a lot, too.
So true.
You don't even need the healing from the Hoopa with how much Celestial was just able to heal on his own there. Ton of damage. Also, I mean, really good damage from the entire team there, but not nearly to the numbers that the Tinkaton was putting up.
Very true. Yeah, 132 is just so much. I think a lot of that is just really pushing forward, pushing the pedal on the metal, and yeah, I'm trying to
pedal
make
on the metal.
Yeah, pedal to the metal, pedal on the metal.
Yeah,
it's a steel type. I'm trying to make some sort of pun there. There's something. I'm gonna go to the drawing board on that though. TBD.
Yeah. Okay. I think we do need to do that. So while we get that together, Kyle's gonna pull up the drawing board.
Here's the drawing board.
There it is.
Here's the drawing board.
Kiss. Moving forward here, they are going to take on Team Shock, who was also put into the losers bracket by Los Labubus, who we do unfortunately not get to see tonight. So Team Shock will have a chance to go up against Kiss here to make it back, ultimately with the goal of heading back to our grand finals. We'll have to see what happens.
Indeed. Let's go ahead and take a quick little break. We're going to get set up here while these teams get set with their lobbies. So don't go back. We'll probably be back in a couple minutes because I think these teams want to get the show on the road. But don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back after this with more Underdunk.
He's hippity, he's hoppity, and he's coming for your Eos Point property. He's drifted away from the rivers of the Johto region and is now here on Eos Island to play rough and blow bubbles. And he's all out of bubbles. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Character Spotlight, featuring Azumarill, the Aqua Rabbit Pokemon. Azumarill is categorized as a duelist all-rounder who specializes in taking down opponents one-on-one or even two-on-one. Azumarill has a good mix of mobility, damage, and sustain that makes him a solid choice for trainers of all skill levels. However, this Pokemon does its best with trainers who can choose their fights wisely and know how to isolate targets to pick them off one by one. Marill and Azumarill's passive, Huge Power, takes an all-or-nothing approach to critical strikes and affects the bonus damage dealt by his crits. Whenever this Pokemon hits only a single target, all of his basic attacks and abilities including Unite move are guaranteed to critically strike. However, Marill and Azumarill are willing to pull their punches to give their opponents a fighting chance. When this Pokemon critically strikes, the bonus damage from the crit is less than the usual percentage boost. Additionally, Marill and Azumarill will never critically strike whenever he hits more than one target at a time. Basic attacks become boosted every third attack, gaining increased range and dealing increased damage to enemies in the cone in front of this Pokemon. The first of Marill's basic abilities is Tackle. Marill charges forward, going over any obstacles, dealing damage and briefly stunning enemies that are hit by this move. His second ability is Bubble, which can be used while moving. Marill sprays bubbles in a cone, dealing damage to enemies hit by them and decreasing their movement speed for a moderate duration. Enemies can be hit multiple times by Bubble, but will take a fraction of the damage from subsequent hits after the first.
Say goodbye to yesterday's you, and hello to today's you. Here are 4 must-haves to move your body. Starting with sleep. The Samsung Galaxy Ring is truly the sleep tracker of your dreams. It's so comfortable, you won't even notice.
At level 4, the training arc is over and Marill evolves into Azumarill, gaining a small bit of lifesteal and dropping Bubble to learn Whirlpool or Aqua Tail. Whirlpool causes 4 small whirlpools to appear and swirl counterclockwise around Azumarill for a significant duration. Every time a whirlpool comes in contact with an enemy Pokemon, It deals damage to them and restores a bit of Azumarill's health, restoring significantly more health if it hits an enemy player Pokemon. Azumarill is free to move around when he uses this move, so with some fancy footwork, trainers can increase the number of hits Whirlpool will do by having Azumarill circle clockwise against his opponent. Any opponents in the direct center of the Whirlpool will not take any damage, so be sure to always keep your enemies at an arm's length. Once started, Whirlpool will continue to swirl around Azumarill even if he is hindered in any way. When the ability upgrades at level 10, the move's cooldown is reduced and increases the amount of HP restored. Whirlpool allows Azumarill to stay cool in heated team battles with its sustained damage and healing. Use it against a single target to increase your damage with huge power, or try to get as many people caught in it to shrug off blows and heal through them. Resist the urge to use this ability too early, as you'll lose damage and precious recovery trying to close the gap. Additionally, keep in mind basic attacking will cause you to stop momentarily, which may let your opponents escape Whirlpool's damage zone. Instead, wait to activate it once enemies are within range, and try to keep close to them for as long as possible to ensure maximum damage and recovery. Don't forget that you can increase how many times Whirlpool will hit by circling clockwise against your opponents, so stay light on your feet and be swift as the coursing river. If Azumarill learns Aqua Tail instead, he brings his tail to the fistfight.
Oops. I went to the wrong one.
Wrong screen.
Wrong screen. Welcome back, trainers.
I had the double peace sign up and everything.
Welcome back, trainers. We are back. Pokemon Unite. Underdunk 45. And we are in the losers bracket semis, but it's a little bit different because the team that is waiting in the lower bracket finals, unfortunately, is DQ'd. So this is going to be the last match before grand final. So the winner of this game is going to be taking on Brew in the grand finals. So while it is this loser semifinals, for all intents and purposes, we're going to see one of these teams go to the grand finals.
Yeah. Not only is it the semifinals, it is also finals.
It's real. Whoa.
Which is great. So we are going to be seeing Kiss Kiss versus Team Shock, which we've seen a couple matches of Kiss Kiss, and they look really good. I mean, I think they definitely could have also won against Brouhaha, so they're going to want to get that salty run back in Grands. We will have to see if they end up able to do it, but Team Shock has also had quite the run. They knocked down T3, but then they lost to Los Labubus, but they were able to beat 5 Bozos in the previous round, so they are now also looking to get up back into that grand finals.
I'm sure that Brouhaha does not want to see Kiss Kiss again, but maybe they do. Honestly, it seemed like they had their number after the first after the first game that they lost. I think maybe Kiss Kiss wants that salty run back. They looked really good against Team Star. Team Shock, though, this is the first time we're seeing them, so this is formerly the Flamin' Hot Dodrio. So you see Elo Poppy, Rodvi, Christian, and Slimp, I believe, is subbing for them today.
Yeah, I think this team is definitely one of my favorites to watch because they just do a lot of fun stuff that you can't really predict out of them. And it's always cool to see teams trying new and interesting things. So we'll have to see what they end up doing. They are going to ban away Wrecker's Absol. Unsurprising. I feel like if we had a count for target bans, Wrecker would probably be at the top of that list.
Surely. Another target ban is this Eldegoss. That is going to keep this away from Rodvi, a notable demon on Eldegoss. So very smart of Kiss Kiss to just go ahead and take that off the map. But that does open the door for Kiss Kiss to pick up this Psyduck.
They have let the duck enter. Look at its dumb face. It is going to be quacking its way into this match. This is the first time, right? The first time we're seeing it tonight?
We've seen it a couple of times. I think Sneaky and Bridget got to see it a couple times. This is the first time you and I have gotten to see it, though.
Yeah, I think this might be my first time casting a Psyduck match.
Ooh.
Which is exciting to me. But Team Shock is going to go with the core of Blastoise and Blissey. We'll have to see if they want to switch that Blastoise over to an all-rounder type build. But for now, it's got the defender items on. So we will see.
Husky, a notable hater of the all-rounder Blastoise, but we will see. We will see. I like this play here from Kiss Kiss though. You're getting two supporters, but you know, kind of how Psyduck plays, it tends to play more of that disruptor, similar to how you'd play a defender.
I think that Kiss Kiss should just add 2 more EXP shares since they've already got 3 and make the 5-man EXP share team. I think that that's a level of power that the world is not prepared for yet.
Too much XP will be shared. Be like the how does that even work if you have that many? Do you actually end up losing XP? I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't know. I need to go back into the math sheets on it. It's around somewhere. I'd have to look at it again. But, you know, when they did take the EXP share off of the Espeon,
Okay.
it's not going to be support Espeon today. But very interesting team comp rounding out for Kiss Kiss. We have the Blaziken and the Tinkatons coming back. So I wonder if Tinkaton is going to kind of act as that main tank role. It definitely could.
It definitely could. I mean, you already have that focus band on it, so you really imagine that Celestial is going to be heavily involved in the front line, not only just doing a bunch of damage, but taking it. I mean, previous match, not only did he do 130 plus K damage, but if I recall correctly, he also takes like 80 or 90 K damage. So really look for those Hoopa resets to kind of enable the mischief that Tinkaton wants to create on the map.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Tinkaton, we saw it do such a great job in the previous match, just kind of acting like that distraction tank type thing. If Celestial can keep building up the stacks the way he was previously, it's going to be really difficult for Team Shock, but they do have a really solid team comp. First time I'm seeing Gardevoir tonight, Elo Poppy on the Pikachu, one of my favorite things to watch him play, and they bring out the Buzzwole, which is going to play really well in the top path, especially early game.
Buzzwole, we've seen a few target bans of Buzzwole recently. Maybe not necessarily target, but we've seen it banned a few times tonight. I think some of the buffs that it received have really kind of made teams think about if they want to play against it or not, because it looks almost like it's back to where it was when it was receiving a lot of bans earlier this summer. But here we go, losers bracket final, or I guess semifinals, sort of finals. It is a best of one. Winner is going to be going to the grand finals where Brouhaha is waiting with open arms.
Here comes the Squirtle, a little bit of an interesting pathing opportunity, but they do take that mid Indeedee right there. That was kind of funny, jumping over the pad. Maybe that's the play. I haven't seen many teams do that.
Not a ton. Buzzwole looking for a secure. I don't believe they were able to get it, but I think that Rodvi was able to get that last hit with that big oven mitt that is this Chansey pound. Look at this front lining from Celestial. I think they might be going down here, but a nice little time from that Hoopa. Magician is able to get them the berry. That's criminal, Husky.
No, they just let Dispenza stand back there and rip down with the auto attacks. That's a good amount of hammer stacks early for Celestial. That is not what Team Shock wants to see.
Not even in the slightest. And not level 5 yet, so won't get their Evo just yet, but the birds have arrived. Nice little kick there from Combusken to push them towards the Kiss Kiss team, and that has enabled this evolution for Celestial.
That was some great positioning of the Psyshocks for that Gardevoir. I really liked how they did that, knowing that the Blaze Kick will be coming in. They do have to use their eject button here to get away from said Blaze Kick, but they're not getting away from that Psyshock. Wow, Bora looks fantastic on this Pokemon tonight.
Double KO for this Espeon, looking for a score, but not before they get the triple. Chansey going back to the Pokemon Center, and Kiss Kiss looking fantastic once again in this early game.
Yeah, this isn't even, I mean, Tinkaton looks even better early game this time than it did previously. Already level 6 here. Buzzwole hasn't quite even reached level 5, so what a fantastic path for Kiss Kiss early game.
8-minute Altaria family have spawned in the central area. Nice push there from Combusken to keep them away from the Psyshock. That's going to enable a lot more XP on the side of Kiss Kiss, and Oblivion doing exactly what you need your Psyduck to do, zoning Team Shock away from the fight.
That duck, oh, it's so evil. Just floating around, surfing through everybody, not a care in the world, not a thought between its stupid little eyes. Just absolutely causing the most chaos possible. We now have 4 members of Team Shock in this bottom path, only 2 on Kiss Kiss, but they're still terrified of them because of this duck.
Yeah, we're gonna have the psychic build for this Psyduck, so that's gonna really try to pull and push Team Shock away from the fight, depending on the situation. Surf is also going in, but it's Kiss Kiss that's delivering the blows in this top lane. 4 points going on in. We're gonna get some more stacks on up for Kiss Kiss, but Team Shock, they're gonna look at this Registeel and try to get this secured.
Yeah, they're gonna go for it, but you gotta be really careful with that side shock from the Espeon. They're gonna be getting ready with it. Registeel has leashed a little bit. Some big psychics there from Oblivion on the Psyduck, just pushing that Pikachu around so that it can't get it, but it does. Elo Poppy with the big Volt tackle secure.
Massive play there, Elo Poppy. That's exactly what Team Shock needed. However, Celestial has arrived in this basement path, looking to cause some chaos, looking to hit some people with the big Gigaton Hammer, able to hit the Blastoise there. Gonna steal some defenses. Blastoise gonna surf in. Cowabummer, they're going back to the Pokemon Center. Kiss Kiss, moving forward. 4 members down. This goal zone is threatened. It is likely going down, and Kiss Kiss looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, that is in fact a Tankaton. That is for absolute sure. A tank that can also one-shot a Gardevoir. I don't know if you saw that. It hit it once with the Gigaton Hammer, and a simple basic attack, little swing of the hammer, was able to finish it off. But Celestial's not done yet. Heading into the enemy central area, the Buzzwole actually pushes them out of the Fairy Singularity, but ultimately they do finally go down.
Jimmy getting the Fairy Singularity plus the Psyshock on to Celestial is pretty big there. That enabled them to also level up to 10, so that's going to help out with some of the levels for Team Shock. Right now, they are desperately in need of some pressure on some part of the map. They need to find something, because the longer this match goes on with this Hoopa, the longer that they're going to struggle.
Yeah, and we have the Psyduck just kind of waddling around, causing some problems, and it is fairly tanky, so even when it gets picked up by a Buzzwole, it's not going to go down immediately without a fight. But here comes the Blaziken trying to dive in. They will have to back up. 4 members of Team Shock have arrived.
Team Shock looking to push this T1 pad. Hoopa's going to send the rest of the team up here. Here comes Celestial with a big Gigaton Hammer, able to hit Elo Poppy. They're going to get stunned. There's the KO. Almost hits the Unite move, but doesn't quite. There's the Hydro Typhoon Unite move from the Blastoise, able to take out the Tinkaton. Looking to try to push forward, but Bora Reach with another double KO. This Espeon has done wonders for Kiss Kiss.
And that was a big psychic pull right into the Psyshock, so it was a really good combo from the 2 of them. Just able to make sure that it was set up perfectly for a full Psyshock hit, able to pick up the KO. But here comes Elo Poppy looking to get some return KOs with a Unite move. They will take down the Espeon, but Gardevoir going down immediately after that, and it might only be Elo Poppy that survives this. No, they will get a triple KO, but Blaziken is still there on a sliver of HP to pick them up.
And Blaziken gets their hands caught in the cookie jar. They're looking for the score with the Regieleki that went in. Unfortunately, getting KO'd in the process. Buzzwole picking them up, throwing them down, sending them back to the Pokemon Center. And that's exactly what you need if you're Team Shock. You need to find some more clutch KOs to get these levels up.
Yeah, I mean, 276 to 23, but it doesn't seem like Team Shock is completely out of it by any means, besides with the score. But here comes the big defense there. The push is real for Team Shock, but Hoopa with the Unbound has something to say about it, Kyle.
Looking to push forward, Dispensas, pop that Unbound. However, backside, Tinkaton gets another 40 points, and Kiss Kiss is really defending this well. They have only lost the Hoopa so far. Blaziken, Wrecker is going to have to retreat back to the Flux Zone. Buzzwole getting a double KO. They're going to try to get some points in, but this Espeon, the Psybeam bounce has been able to do it, and they are able to take out the Blissey. Here comes Tinkaton once again on the defense. Points are raining in, 72 to be exact. But I think Team Shock, they did what they tried to do. Unfortunately, not able to close out that goal zone.
Wow, poor Rodby. I watched them try to score like
Yeah.
3 times to get interrupted, only to get beamed down by that side shock. It was just heartbreaking. Tinkaton almost taking down Pikachu, Elo Poppy with a hero eject button to stay out of that one. But I think the problem with Team Shock is that there's no dive, at least not enough to get back onto that Espeon, who was just on a sliver of HP firing Psyshocks to defend. I feel like if they had a little bit of dive there, they might have been able to take that goal zone, but not today, says Kiss Kiss, and they will secure that Regieleki.
325 to 95 Rayquaza about to hit the map. All points will be doubled in the final stretch, so we will see maybe this Blaziken stall out their 50 to get 100. However, looking to set up early is Team Shock.
Yeah, they will get that 100 immediately. We've got 445 to 95 and immediately gets blown up the Espeon with a big triple KO.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. That was insane. Looking for a hope and a prayer. Is this Gardevoir? However, they're going back to the Pokemon Center. It's all Kiss Kiss, baby. They're looking to go back to the grand finals. Blaziken with the huge secure, and that should be all she wrote here in the lower bracket because Kiss Kiss lining up this grand finals for a rematch.
What do you do against that?
I-
Like, what do you even, like, what is the
FF?
I feel like you just have to. Like, what is that? That was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Bora looked. We've been talking about this Tinkaton so much because, wow, look at that. Immediately picks up a double. We've been talking a lot about this Tinkaton, but this Espeon with that backline damage has just been amazing for Kiss Kiss.
It's just like you put all of your resources into this Tinkaton. You know that it's going to be a late game monster. And that's why you pair it with that Espeon. You know, it works really well in the early game to kind of help survive it. And I don't even think Kiss Kiss was looking to survive. They were thriving in the early game.
Yeah, and not to mention you have the Psychic on that Psyduck as well that can pull enemies around, and that has been absolutely huge to set up some of these big side shots. Look at that. Espeon will go down, but not before they have chunked so much of Team Shock's health. Here comes Blaziken, though, also looking to get some more KOs. They will actually go down. I mean, Team Shock has a lot of points they're going to have to put in, but this is not a bad push.
Not a bad push at all. It might be too little too late. You're gonna get 100 here, but you know, still 600 short, and Tinkaton is gonna make quick work of the rest of Team Shock. Double, make it a triple, 3-piece combo. Looking for more, looking for Slimp. Not gonna find it because Hoopa is gonna steal that one, but woo-lee. Kiss Kiss. Holy cow.
That is going to be a Kiss Kiss dub. And they're going to be taking that one 817 to 219. Good effort there from Team Shock for sure. But I mean, as soon as the late games started to come up and you just didn't have any dive or anything to really contest what you had happening with the Psyduck and the Blaziken and how much they were just able to get into the back line, it really, I think, ended up being a team comp diff. And also you let Celestial have the Tinkaton again, and it had 12 KOs. So
Only
that too.
just a quick 12 KOs for Tinkaton. I mean, what do you even do? It got the 60 hammer stacks relatively early. I think it was like the
the early game, it was just slamming the Buzzwole before the Buzzwole could slam them back. It was just hitting them with the hammer and completing those hammer stacks. I would love to be able to see where it ended up getting the 60 stacks, but look at that. Another 6-digit damage game for Celestial on the Tinkaton, and he's making this thing look really broken.
127. 62 taken, too, so it was really tanking a lot of that damage.
Yeah, that was the tank.
Tankaton?
Tankaton.
Make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Tankaton.
I'm going to run this thing as a defender.
Somebody write that down. Production.
Production?
Write that down.
I've written it down. It's in my head, and I totally won't forget that.
Good. Tankaton is great. That's a good casting joke. Don't let anyone take it. Zoink, Stoob Snacks, if you're watching this, that's ours.
That's ours. We're TMing it. And not like
that's ours.
Technical Machine, we're trademarking it.
We're technical machining Tankaton. That's crazy. Anyway, Kiss Kiss is going to be moving on to our grand finals because of this was the loser semi, not semi, kind of semi-finals. because they will just be moving right through the losers finals and heading back up into our grand final for the salty run back against Brouhaha.
That's going to be a sight to see. I'm excited to see this rematch. And just for those that are just arriving, yeah, Team Shock going down here in the losers semifinals. Kiss, kiss, moving for Los Labubus. They got DQ'd, had an emergency, so unfortunately, they are going to be forfeiting this next one. I believe we'll have to double check with the TOs, but I believe they will be DQing this one as well. So they should be going up to the grand finals. Is Kiss Kiss, unless something different happened from the last time we said. So we should be seeing Brouhaha in the grand finals versus this Kiss Kiss team. And we saw them earlier with that game 3 wild finish. But we'll see if Kiss Kiss can get the last laugh here. But with that said, folks, don't go anywhere. We have more Pokemon Unite on deck. And we will see you on the other side of the break. Husky, oh wait. Husky is leaving.
Yeah? I am.
Yeah.
I am leaving.
Say whatever you want to say, my friend.
They're kicking me out.
I'm kicking her out, yeah. We had a fight.
I don't have to say much. Thanks for having me. I'll be watching the grand finals. Yeah. GG's. We'll be back for, I guess, the next time that we'll be casting is for January quals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
See y'all then.
I guess
Kyle
we'll
chat.
have you for it.
Fine.
They're gonna make me production is making me cast with Husky for that. So
yeah, they're forcing
stupid
it.
production.
Damn it. Yes.
All right, folks. We'll be right back with more Underdunk. We'll see you on the flip side of the break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
With their own personalities. They can use all 3 of their brains to devise complex tactics and strategies, and now they've joined the races at the Eos Island Battle Arenas to be the very best and leave the competition in the dust. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Character Spotlight featuring Dodrio, the triple bird Pokemon.
Hello everybody, Jake your resident content cowboy here, yeehaw, as I'm going to talk about my favorite Pokemon inside Pokemon Unite, the one and only Dodrio. Dodrio is a hit-and-run speedster who specializes in diving in and out of fights while dealing massive damage. Her unmatched speed makes her nigh uncatchable as she roams all across Theasky Ruins to fight and run down her enemies. Dodrio requires expert trainers with a need for speed who can deftly utilize her unique scoring and targeting mechanics while keeping her on the move to make the most out of her passive. It's a lot to keep track of, so let's begin at the starting line.
Ready, go!
Doduo and Dodrio's passive Runaway has 2 parts. When near enemy Pokemon, this Pokemon gains a small boost to their movement speed. Additionally, this Pokemon becomes increasingly faster the longer they're in motion, up to a cap indicated by the sprint gauge below the health bar. Slowing down or stopping entirely depletes the sprint gauge rapidly, so be sure to watch your speed and keep it high. When scoring, Doduo divides up the Eos points evenly between their 2 heads if possible, and takes turns scoring one after the other. After all, 2 goals are better than 1. Similarly, Dodrio will divide up the points 3 ways before taking turns to score. After all, 3 goals are better than 2. However, for the purposes of scoring items like Attack Weight or Eos Cookie, Doduo and Dodrio must score all their points for the items to grant their stat boosts. Doduo's basic attack becomes boosted every 3rd attack, dealing additional damage. This Pokemon gains a stronger boosted basic attack when they reach and maintain their max speed. Performing a basing attack in this state will have Doduo charge forward in the direction they are facing, dealing damage to enemies in the way, and reduce ability cooldowns if this attack hits an enemy. Sprint boosted basic attacks can also traverse over small walls and other obstacles. Note that unlike normal basic attacks, Doduo and Dodrio's sprint boosted basic attacks will not automatically turn to attack enemies. Doduo's first basic ability is Peck. Doduo stops and jabs her beaks forward, dealing damage to enemies hit. If the sprint gauge is full, Doduo dashes forward in the direction she is facing, dealing bonus damage and consuming the gauge. Note that a sprint boosted Peck can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Doduo's second basic ability is Quick Attack. Doduo dashes forward and gains increased movement speed for a short duration and deals damage to those in the way. If Quick Attack hits an enemy Pokemon, the move's cooldown is slightly reduced. Like Peck, this ability can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Once Doduo levels up to 5, they evolve into Dodrio for getting Peck to learn either Tri-Attack or Drill Peck. If Dodrio puts her heads together to learn Tri-Attack, she swings her 3 heads together in a cone, damaging enemies and randomly applying one of 3 effects: Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis. If Dodrio's sprint gauge is full, Tri-Attack instead shoots out 3 ranged projectiles in a designated direction, with only the first projectile that hits a target applying a stronger Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis depending on its type and color. Burn decreases an opponent's attack stat and deals damage over time, and Freeze decreases an opponent's movement speed, while Paralysis decreases an opponent's attack speed and movement speed, albeit to a lesser degree than Freeze. After this move is used, Dodrio's next basic attack is Empowered, dealing additional damage and healing Dodrio for a portion of her max health. Dodrio can hold 2 charges of Tri-Attack to use one after the other. When the move upgrades at level 11, the basic attack following this move heals even more health than before. Additionally, sprint boosted basic attacks will reduce Tri-Attack's cooldown if it hits an opponent.
You'll almost always want to use the sprint boosted version of Tri-Attack for the additional damage and range, unless you need a quick burst of damage to finish off a low HP opponent. Why attack once when you can do it 3 times? Tri-Attack is the only move in her arsenal, not including her Unite move, that allows her to aim independent of her movement. This gives Dodrio some flexibility in her positioning and allows her to keep some distance while dealing damage. Though the debuff effects are random, you have a pretty good chance of slowing your opponents with this move, making it a decent option for chasing and escaping. Tri-Attack is often used to soften enemies up for you and your allies from the outskirts of battle before charging in with your sprint, boosted basic attack, or other abilities to finish them off.
If you're feeling peckish, Dodrio can instead learn Drill Peck. Dodrio drives her sharp beaks forward, dealing damage with each of her 3 heads. If the move is used while going full speed, Drill Peck shoves enemies forward, consuming the gauge, and rapidly deals damage to enemies based on the percentage of their max health while moderately reducing incoming damage during the dash. When the move upgrades at level 11, Drill Peck's cooldown is significantly reduced and additionally heals Dodrio for a portion of the damage dealt to opponents.
Once again, Drill Peck on its own may give you enough damage for a quick KO on a low HP opponent, but you'll almost always want to be running at top speed for the extra damage and the massive push that you get. Compared to Tri-Attack, Drill Peck requires Dodrio to be in the thick of the fight. Its shove, along with its high damage, makes it ideal for initiating fights or following up on allies. Or it can be used defensively to push opponents away from your allies or important objectives. In order to get the perfect angle of engagement, you may want to circle around the battle space to try and hit as many opponents as you can at once. However, be wary of abilities that slow or hinder you, as it will drop your sprint gauge, effectively nullifying your engage potential. A well-placed Drill Peck can sometimes single-handedly turn a fight or skirmish into a runaway success. And that's what Dodrio does. It runs away. Successfully.
Once Dodrio reaches level 7, she forgets Quick Attack to learn one of 2 sprint gauge recovery moves, Agility or Jump Kick. If Dodrio learns Agility, she puts some nitro in her steps, gaining a decent increase to her movement speed and gauge fill rate for a moderate duration. When the move is activated, Dodrio briefly becomes immune to hindrances while jumpstarting her sprint gauge by a fixed amount. However, when the move upgrades at level 13, Agility instantly brings Dodrio to full sprint.
Agility is one of the 2 ways Dodrio can quickly get from 0 to 100 and make use of her full sprint gauge again. Skilled trainers can preemptively use Agility to try and cancel out hindrances thrown at Dodrio, but it's generally best used after depleting your sprint gauge. The added speed lets Dodrio stay extremely mobile and allows her to dodge abilities and reposition effectively. Make use of the boosted speed gain to string one sprint boosted basic attack after another to either escape from harm or rapidly reduce your cooldowns.
If trainers want to give Dodrio some hops, they can teach her Jump Kick instead of Agility. Dodrio leaps feet first in the direction they are facing. On contact with an enemy Pokemon, Dodrio uses them as a footstool, dealing damage and stunning them briefly and leaps away or over them. Enemies in the landing zone take damage as well and are moderately slowed for a brief duration. Dodrio can also use walls and other obstacles to launch herself into the air and can choose which way she leaps. Dodrio gains a significant boost to her sprint gauge after vaulting over enemies or small obstacles. However, only footstooling enemies will reduce Jump Kick's cooldown on hit. At level 13, Jump Kick also stuns enemies in the landing zone for a brief moment.
Jump Kick can be used to jump over enemies and obstacles to gain better positioning, or make a daring escape. Like Agility, this ability's main purpose is to boost and keep your sprint gauge at full. Trainers who can land Jump Kick consistently are rewarded with the ability to combo Dodrio's abilities and sprint boosted basic attacks together for big stuns and big damage. Missing this ability grants no boost and can leave you in a less than ideal situation with little to no escape, but so can losing speed after you make your jump. But don't worry if you can't get it at first, it definitely takes some practicing and getting used to before you're good at it. Remember that this ability isn't aimed independently, but rather is aimed in the direction of movement. Make sure you're aware of where you'll be after using moves like Drill Peck or your sprint boosted basic attacks so you can move accordingly.
When Dodrio finishes lap 8 and gets to level 9, she learns her Unite move Triple Trample. Dodrio becomes unstoppable and runs at breakneck speed to a designated location. Dodrio will automatically find the most direct path in autopilot to her destination, navigating around terrain, as well as player-made obstacles. Enemies in the way are dealt damage and are briefly thrown into the air. Afterwards, Dodrio gains a boost to her attack stat for a few seconds while her sprint gauge charges faster than usual for an extended duration.
Dodrio's Triple Trample is a high-impact Unite move for starting and following up on engagements for your allies, particularly if the enemies are grouped up. Knocking up 2 or more enemies followed by your other abilities can quickly shred opponents of their health and put your team ahead of the others in seconds flat. Triple Trample can also be used to dive straight onto the enemy's backline while doing some collateral damage to their front line due to its long range and
Welcome back, you guys. Jeez, now that they're gone, am I right?
Oh, now that they're gone. Woo.
I am back, as well as Mr. Sneaky Seal, and we are going to be casting the grand finals. Kyle was very generous and gave us this one, so very exciting.
Yeah, I've been
Your collection has
my
grown.
collection's grown, just like this bracket has grown and changed over time. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so have had some DQs this evening, which is unfortunate, but as you can see, we are actually going to be casting the run back from our winners semifinal game, Brouhaha versus Kiss Kiss. And Brouhaha was able to clutch that one up. They lost the first game, but then won the next 2. But Kiss Kiss has been looking super good, even in those loser bracket games. Those are best of 1, so just kind of like getting that first win and able to move right along. So it'll be interesting to see what drafts both these teams pull out. They had some interesting ones in the last set we were able to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more Meowscarada Band. Oh, there we go. Speak it, and it shall come true.
Ask and you shall receive. No Meowscarada for Parasite. He has been getting targeted down all night long. Same with that Psyduck. It has gone through a little bit, but not today, Satan.
Man, he's been missing all those double teams. They keep getting him.
Is that a Scyther Scizor joke?
No, double team is a Meowscarada move.
Oh, we were already on Psyduck. That was like
Psyduck, sorry. I'm confused. That was a Psyduck joke.
Buzzwell's banned too.
I'm smacked down.
Out of this game. No Buzzwell, but Boar Reach and first picking Miraidon go hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly. Miraidon's the jelly, obviously he's purple.
He is. He's giving grape jelly for sure. We've got raspberry jelly and a blackberry jelly from Umbreon and Hoopa.
I can't keep up with the jelly thing. Very similar draft line that we saw both these teams do in the set we were able to watch before. Hoopa Umbreon on the side of Brouhaha. Looks like Dispenza is subbing in for JL. I do not know if Dispenza is known for his support gaming, but he's going to be rocking Eldegoss.
I believe he is.
Really?
A support player now. I think he did pretty okay in the UCS.
I thought he was playing. I thought he was playing like a attacker.
I think there used to be an attacker guy, but I think they've been thrown into the support position or defender-ish position. I could be wrong.
Some people find greatness, some people have greatness thrust upon them, and that is Dispenza on the Eldegoss. I believe in him. Oblivion busting out the Ho-Oh again. Honestly, he was bullying Brouhaha on that Ho-Oh in previous games. Oh, Celestial going to be running that Miraidon, though, and Bora, like you said before, I forgot. Bora is the T-Tar guy.
Yeah, Bora's the T-Tar guy. Oblivion, the bully guy, he's in the jungle. Let's see if we can get... Can we get a blue buff counter, please, for Brouhaha, please? We're going to need those. It's very little happening in the last best of 3. Thank you, I appreciate that.
We got
production, guys.
confirmation.
We love this. We love production. Oh, I forgot about that. He's the best. All right.
It's a Sneaky's first show, guys. He forgets that people can't hear production, but he can. And it happens.
I feel just like Taylor Swift and when she's on stage. All right. Getting into this. Ooh, we got a lot of good skins. Board reach with the
Battle Pass T-Tar.
The Battle Pass kimono.
Yeah, everyone's looking very clean, very dripped out. Wish everyone had a skin, but you know, inflation's hitting everyone pretty hard these days. I get it. The Pikachu skin inflation. Yeah. Don't get me started.
Please, yeah, and if you guys don't know what that means, please Google Pikachu inflation, and please don't do that. Loading up the
There's
game.
no way you should ever Google search anything we say on the stream.
We are
in.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. We are in the bottom lane. We're doing the Inteleon thing where you get your crit water gun and you get another one off. They did 2.
Yep,
like
definitely gotta stack those little diamonds up so you can get your guaranteed crit. Up in this top path, super aggressive lanes on both sides. I like seeing Brouhaha play this aggro lane. I know that was kind of Kiss-Kiss's thing previously, so cool to see them kind of stepping up to the plate up there. Oh, would you look at that? Oblivion is on the blue buff. Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, we're getting a counter going already. Thank you, production. That is one. Finally, we got one over there. Not going over to the jungler. Where is my jungler?
Where is your jungler? Mimikyu's our jungler on Brouhaha.
Parasite got, I'm guessing, invaded the whole time, which is why they came down here to get level 5. I'm not. Maybe Oblivion got a ball toy or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Oblivion passed in that bot path to end up in the jungle, but he sure did. He is really holding it down in this bot path, even with 3 of the enemy team still up. He's holding it down just in time for Pupitar to come back, but Bra was able to scare most of them birds down there.
Yeah, Rosiah barely escaping after missing their water gun to evolve off of the big Altaria. They might... Yeah. Oh.
You didn't call it a bee. I was proud of you.
It's not a bee. It's not a bee. It's a bird.
It's clearly a bird. It's clearly a bird. Oh, we are electro drifting this game. We've been seeing. I've only really been seeing Charge Beam all night, so I like this almost double dive approach coming out of Kiss.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some electro drift. We've got Tyranitar to follow up. I think they're gonna be going in. And you know what? If you mess up and die, Ho-Oh just brings you back.
Yeah,
it's
Oblivion
awesome.
had some very clutch Ho-Oh ults in the previous game. We saw him playing it, so pretty much can guarantee that that is something Brouhaha needs to either bait out early or really target down Ho-Oh, which is easier said than done, so they can KO him before he's able to revive anyone else.
Mm-hmm. The Hoopa Portal top lane. Shadow Sneak misses, goes wide. Parasite getting Shadow Claw stacks, though, on the Altaria. Let's see if they can find the KO onto Celestial here. Celestial finding an Electric Drift KO themselves, actually.
Yeah, nice drifting, but Mimikyu able to get one back. Hoopa is able to come back into this battle, and Mimikyu's coming out on top here. Unlucky. Absol trying to maybe sneak in a stacky stack, but he's really just gonna defend the Skull Zone from the opposing team.
Parasite with a lot of patience there to hold that Shadow Sneak until they saw the Electro Drift come out. So they would be able to follow up and find that KO. Regilucky is getting low. Absol should have burst damage on it, but Mimikyu gets it with a Shadow Sneak. Nice, secure.
Yeah, really good job on the side of Brouhaha. Also able to rip that bottom objective as well. Really good momentum from Brouhaha early on. I'm proud of them. I don't think any of the games we watched previously, they had this momentum early on, and they're pushing the Selecki in.
Yeah, that was a great 3-man Shadow Sneak engagement on this pad, but it doesn't look like they're able to find the KOs to continue this push. But we got Regilucky, not the regular, and the Reggie bot. Regilucky did find a KO onto Absol, that XP and Death Timer going to the NPC Mon.
Yeah, really gotta beefing up that XP for the NPC Mons. It's really important. XP is really a valuable resource in this game. We're having kind of this awkward fight right in the middle. Inteleon trying to make something happen with that ult, but it goes down. Miraidon ulting in retaliation and getting more KOs up on Brouhaha. I feel like Kiss Kiss has had some pretty good engages, even though Brouhaha got both of those first objectives. I mean, all of our goal zones are still up on both sides of the map.
Blue buff counter going pretty okay for the side of Brouhaha. I think they've gotten at least 3. But I think Oblivion's going to be pathing up there soon. Ooh, Phantom Force right into the snipe shot. Pretty interesting there.
Yeah, really nice Hoopa play, trying to set that portal down to get the team in there, or maybe even just like scare the other team into thinking people are coming down. But Kiss Kiss is not afraid. They are able to destroy that goal zone and make it look really menacing that they were going to go to the tier 2, and then they said, nah, we're just kidding.
Yeah, Hoopa's at like 8 3/4 and was so close to their level 9 to help defend that bottom pad and not lose their tier 1, which lets them Hoopa portal from tier 1 to tier 1, but they're going to have to just lose access to that bottom Reggie and then send most of their team up here. Actually, Hoopa in level 9 now, sitting their team bot. I might have jinxed this. The rest of Brouhaha are going to come down. Let's see if Hyper... Oh my, Umbreon is too good today.
And he's been securing everything. Oh my gosh. Really great Hoopa portal from Delion. Really, really smart of him to send his team topside with that initial portal on their base. They try to cap Umbreon ults, but I think they just have to get away. Hoopa, he may be the trickster Pokemon, but he has no more tricks as he gets KO'd. Umbreon going down here as well.
Trying to defend this, but they don't have too many ultimates left on the side of Kiss Kiss. We've got a Ho revive in case we're doing this, but Inteleon counter ult is going to find the auto attack KOs with all those crits onto Celestial's Miraidon. The same goes for this Turn Tower. As soon as he comes out, munch.
Munch, munch, crunch, crunch. Ho-Oh gets that ult off. Brouhaha doing an excellent job defending. I feel like almost everyone on their team was 1 HP, but no one was getting KO'd. So really good positioning from Brouhaha to keep that bottom goal zone afloat. Looks like they're splitting, maybe some heading to that top path, maybe expecting a push there. But they have pretty good map control at this point.
You're looking at those 315, 310-ish bird spawn timers for the last bit of XP you're going to contest over. Parasite is potentially going to go down. Absol ult at 3 minutes. Gonna look for a cap top lane to get that back, but Zacian is here. Hoopa's respawning in 1, can jump bottom lane. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this. Snarl might. Yep, Snarl stops the 50 from going in. Absol not going to have their ult here if we do this correctly. Let's get the... There we go. Huge. I want more people here to contest this. This should be a priority, is not letting Absol get this off. There we go.
Yeah, they're actually cooking. The defense out of Brouhaha, they are not letting anything through in this latter half of the game. Wow, Hoopa and Umbreon on the side of Brouhaha are playing amazing. Shout out the tank and the support. They don't always get their flowers, but they are gaming, which allows their Zacian to secure that top objective, but Kiss Kiss will be retaliating with the ice.
And before Ray spawns, I definitely want to bring up Rizaya baiting and keeping Oblivion down in the bottom lane for stalling out that bottom Reggie. It's just a Reggie Ice. We push the Rotom in top, we get 52 in, and that gives you the lead going into this, and a big positioning on the Ray pit, even though you don't have your tier 1. They're able to sit in this bottom right L, which they normally would not have any pressure with because their pad is gone. But now we get positioning. We're poking with Inteleon. Let's see what they can do. Finds a Shadow Sneak onto Celestial.
Big Shadow Sneak for Mimikyu. I really liked that. Oblivion trying to get some poke damage off. Bruja pulling back. They're giving them the space. Miraidon is in. They are Electro Drift. It is risky, but they have the movement to... It looks like they're getting out. A lot of poking, a lot of repositioning here.
Yeah, the Miraidon ult comes up early, though. Not really sure what that's about. I think the Electro Drift is on target, and Hoopa goes down without ulting. It is okay. The enemy team does not want to rip versus Zacian. They don't want to get A-press, but Inteleon... Oh, Parasite goes in and goes down.
Yeah, that's a long death timer for this Mimikyu. It looks like our Zacian is not having a good time either. I think they use their ult just to survive there, but I don't even know if they will be able to. Good Hoopa reset, but they're being heavily threatened by this other team. Hoopa is able to get their ult off this time, but we kind of need those portals for healing.
They did give a couple of their teammates a reset back into this, but we'll see what they can do with it. Rizaya is A-pressing in the pit, finds the kill onto Absol, is going to try to Felsinger out, but Ho revives that KO anyway. Does not matter. Umbreon cannot get one more last hit with their auto attack that they've been getting all game. Let's see if Parasite can do anything with these resets. It goes down to the Kiss Kiss team, where they will find 4 scores here in basically the game.
Yeah, really good and interesting Rayquaza fight from Kiss Kiss. I was definitely nervous with that Miraidon kind of just like rolling all around the map, but I felt like Bruja adjusted pretty well, but in the chaos of trying to not fall into the Miraidon and maybe not having a clear vision of where the rest of their team were, Kiss Kiss was just really able to control the central area of Rayquaza and keep them really zoned out, and they just kind of filed in one by one, and Kiss Kiss got the secure.
Yeah, I'd like to see the damage, because I believe Rizaya was doing a lot of auto-attacking and snipe shots, but they just could not find the correct KOs, and Oblivion was bringing back everybody.
Yeah, those Ho-Oh ults are really momentum changing, because it can feel so good when you get that 1 or 2 picks, like you're like, oh, we got this, and then just to have them immediately back on the field after you guys just used, you know, you might have caught them out of position, you used your ult before they could use theirs, but now you're almost just like a sitting duck. It is definitely hard to pull off, but I feel like in coordinated play, we're really seeing the power that Ho-Oh can bring. And I'm sorry, I talked through the damage.
No, the damage is fine. We just saw a lot of numbers from Inteleon. Yeah, you're bringing up a really good point, and this is something that we're going to see, especially from a team like Kiss Kiss here, that these are experienced players. They, I guess, are kind of new. I don't think they've done more than one tournament together. These are experienced players, and with champions or Pokemon, like Hoopa and Ho-Oh, you're going to see an elevated level of play that just results in maybe you have to ban some of these things or pick them yourselves early on.
Yeah, because I really feel like, I mean, obviously all of these players are excellent, and honestly all of the characters they're playing, especially like on the side of Kiss Kiss, I know all of those are seeming to be pocket picks for all of them, but it just feels like the Ho-Oh is too momentum shifting. That ult is always, it's kind of like a slow burn ult. It is always going to be strong. I mean, it's a potential team-wide res.
You have to really find the correct engage to shut it down. We're not seeing that. We're not really... if I had to replay that team fight back, we just kind of saw Hoopa go down. We just were kind of all over the place. Not a lot of teamwork there.
Yeah, and I understand as Hoopa, especially it reminds me of almost being on like remote days where it's like you really had to hide where the Hoopa is, because if anyone on the opposing team got eyes, like you were getting jumped. And I remember being a Hoopa player at the time and just being like, you guys aren't protecting me. So I get it. And it feels bad when they get you. But when the Miraidon's running through your back line, I do think the drift was a really good call there, especially after not really seeing it.
They found that was basically the, I would say, Rave fight winner was finding an early KO onto Hoopa, and then just all cohesion was lost. We weren't really sure where to engage, and then they found the engage in the jungle. I think when you lose a character, it's really hard to retreat and wait for them to respawn. And then I think Kiss just found the right engages and continued and cleaned it up that fight.
Big agree. Yeah, it was like chaotic, but then it turned very clean at the same time because I was so stressed. But yeah, I feel like the team was able to collapse on the Miraidon really well.
Yeah, I guess Hoopa has to, know they're going to get knocked out and then invulnerability frame the last parabolic or electric drift to not get knocked out.
Or maybe even, I'm sure their like moves were on cooldown, but even like there's some areas in the Rayquaza map, I'm pretty sure you can like Phantom Force more strategically through. But it's hard. It's hard when you got the drift, man, the drift. But
this is
drifting.
This is game 5 that we have seen between these teams already tonight, and Miraidon has made it through all of them.
I think every single one
yeah,
until
so
right now.
I think it's a smart pick to try and contest this. Banning Buzzwole is interesting because I'm not really sure how much. I didn't see too much from the game we saw, but maybe Parasite and gamers think differently. We will see what their priority is.
Post buff, and if you want to play a Brawly comp, playing to Buzzwole is pretty unfun. So maybe that's the angle they're looking to take. Okay. Duck time. It seems like Delion likes this duck, and I agree. I like the duck as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe I just think the one game we did see it, we didn't see a lot of teamwork. I'd like to see some death balls, some grouping up and sprinting at the other team when you have your moves up.
Yeah, especially if we are running that psychic ability. I believe it was Delion playing that previously, and it does require some coordination with your team. I'm sure a lot of teams haven't even really been playing with Psyducks running that move, so maybe we'll see some more synergy this time around. Wrecker is planted on that Absol. I mean, he is a monster on it. You just, have to accept it. If you're letting it through, he's playing it. So, not surprised on that one. Helmet Swag switching it up to the Snorlax, even though Umbreon is still up for grabs.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we didn't see. Maybe they have something else in mind. Maybe they wanted something to stop the portals, which isn't anything but Blissey and Lex and a lot of teams' eyes. We are going to see some interesting picks here potentially come out for Brouhaha Glaceon. Is that their answer? I don't think so. There's not too many tanky members on the other team. We're going to go Gardevoir, and we're looking at maybe Zeraora?
Yeah, this is a similar comp that they've played into Kiss Kiss previously, especially with this Gardevoir Zeraora. I'm excited to see the Tinkatine. I believe Kiss Kiss played this in one of their previous sets that Husky and Kyle were casting, so I'm excited we're going to get to see it. Bora is rocking EXP Share Espeon, and Oblivion will be playing Phalanx.
I am excited. Yeah, that just is a lot of fun. That's a very fun... Well, Phalanx Defender is awesome. No EXP share. We're basically playing full damage? I don't know. I guess we have a focus band. Sure, we have focus bands. Awesome.
Yeah.
3 focus bands.
We're definitely going to be really, really focused, I think, during this set on the side of Kiss Kiss, which you have to be focused. Some may say you even need to lock in. But Phalanx is a character that Oblivion plays quite well. I'm going to be excited to see how it does here. The Espeon is definitely not bad. It has a really good secure in Psybeam, as well as stored power is really great for dealing with a speedster like Zeraora, giving you that movement boost to hopefully get away. This will be interesting. I'm not whose comp do you like more, Sneaky?
They're both playing pretty out there compositions. I would say the topside comp is the least different, but then it's Mimikyu. It's probably Mimikyu Trick Room top lane. So I don't really know anymore. I'm excited to see what we can do with the Phalanx, but it depends on that early game and what can they do with that Espeon and that Phalanx bot lane. Is it going to fall behind, or is it going to give them the edge to defeat Brouhaha's Wombo combo? They definitely want a team fight with that comp.
Yeah, on the side of Brouhaha for sure. It is going to be interesting. Hopefully we are able to get our routes online a little quicker this time, although last time I did say getting bullied all game makes you better at your Gardevoir world. So we'll be able to see now for sure if I'm right.
Mm-hmm. It builds character levels.
Exactly.
Character levels.
I see what you did there. That's pretty.
Tinkaton is so fun to watch run. Just watch. Just look at the speed.
Yeah, can we only watch the Tinkaton, please?
Yeah, everyone,
Thank you.
Thank you, production.
Look at it. It's so cute. Look at her
and
run.
Then when it evolves, if they go Thief, which I think is what we'll see, and not the jump move, the stun.
Ice Hammer?
Ice Hammer, yes. Ice Hammer is, I think it's good, but a Thief is just really funny to see them run at like max speed.
Yeah, I definitely think that is the prioritized moveset still, even after basically everything got buffed on it, but both of our lanes kind of playing pretty well. Not a lot of KOs, a lot of narrow escapes from both ends. Looks like Tink is able to get a KO up in that top path on the Hoopa, but making some pushes here, but Mimikyu should be able to at least hold this down a little bit.
In the bottom lane, they did the amazing strategy of where you kite the wild Pokemon into the bush, and then you just don't hit it. And then the other guy who can't see it uses their move, and they don't get it secure.
That's evil. I need to do that more.
Yeah, you just kind of don't hit it, and then they will hit it for you.
Your brain is so big. So is this Absol, as he's able to secure basically all of the bees, getting a lot of KOs on the side of Brouhaha, but they were able to get some trades. Oh my gosh, and we're wild charge Zera. Oh
Focus
my moly.
Too. I'm sick. My
Oh,
stomach.
I'm tilted. I'm tilted. He got a 3 KO.
Oh, Parasite said, "New year, new me," and then walked in the most disgusting Pokemon possible.
Oh my mama.
I don't believe they went wild charge the other game we saw, so it's a pretty interesting choice. We'll see what it does.
I mean, iframes are kind of good. It is kind of nice to not be touched, but it looks like the Tink is going to whack him out of this fight as they're gonna get some points off him. Probably, destroy that top goal. Not great math, but
it's fine.
We broke the goal.
Not everyone knows the precise dunk speed timers. I know them, so I wouldn't have messed that up. But you can't expect every player to know them.
You're so right. You're so much smarter.
No, some of those guys have. Who's got the worst one? It's somebody who like Gardevoir's. Gardevoir's is so
Gardevoir's is awful. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It would be. Can we add that to Unite DB? Anyway, Absol is ulting on the base. We want the Reginald electricity in this goal zone, and he is able to walk. Kiss gonna get more and more dunks off. Honestly, Brouhaha's typically pretty good at defending, but man, when Azera's just diving you, it's pretty rough. Just kidding. We Guardi ult them.
And earlier when I mentioned Reginald Electricity V, that's actually meant the 5th. He was the 5th.
Oh, that makes sense.
It wasn't a misspeak. I was just referencing his
government name.
His government name. I know, and it's not a leak. He said I could.
Yeah, that's really respectful.
Engaging. The room is getting tricky.
It's tricky to trick room. It's tricky. But it didn't. It was tricky because it didn't work. But
and that's fine.
It happens. Not every room can be tricky.
Call me tricky the way I don't work. I don't have a job. Parasite's gonna find this Absol here. Wild Charge. Ooh.
Bruja
Denied.
trying to reclaim a blue buff from the side of Kiss Kiss after they were in so much blue buff debt.
Reclaim blue buff debt. Oh man.
I think it's good. I think it's good. Snorlax stealing the bees.
Oh,
the birds.
Stop the SteelAgentKyle.
Stop the SteelAgentKyle. Stop the SteelAgentKyle of the bees, Snorlax, please. Absol ulting again. I feel like he just ulted. He KOs the Gardevoir. Oh, you're so right.
Oh, why he took it from his buddy? Smack him. Stop the score.
Unethical. Oh no, we just sleep. We just sleep. Good defense.
Wow.
Dang, I cannot. Wow, Snorlax held it down. He just keeps capturing all of these people with his block. He says, "No, ma'am, come back. Let my team hurt you."
Canceled I think a couple autos from Celestial as well that would have found KOs.
Definitely.
But just stops the swing, the swinging motion. Oh, Failing's ult's ticking away at the Reggie in the bottom lane. Reginald bottom. V.
Is that his government name?
It's like a George Foreman situation where they're all last name. They all are like Reginald Bottom.
A collective, I see.
No, they just all have the same name because their dad's like unoriginal, you know?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Well, on that note, I don't know. I think the blue buff was stolen.
Yeah, classic. an absolute classic. Can we get the counter going in chat?
Yeah, I believe Absol has taken both of their buffs. Psyduck was able to get a Psychic off on him. I love that he's trying to make Psychic work here, but I feel like when you're dealing with speedsters, it's probably so much easier to just hit the disable button. Do the auto aim, man. It's pretty good. I don't think disable's bad by any means, but I like that we're trying new things.
Point and click.
Point and click, baby. That's what the way Timmy intended. Gardevoir, oh my gosh. Really tried to make something happen there. Bruja is doing their darndest to try to get a pick after this Aleki is running at them, but man, I gotta hand it off to, I gotta tip my helmet to Helmet Swag because he is doing amazing things on the Snorlax, but Kiss Kiss is kind of just all over this.
I did not know you could spark auto attack over the heart-shaped wall there. And that's exactly what they just did. That was crazy. Not finding the KO into Absol. I think they were just auto-aiming their basic attack, and it went over the wall, and they died, unfortunately.
Wow.
Blue buff, no.
Save it, Snorlax, save him.
Oh, Celestial's auto just did a circle and got it.
Dude, Tinkaton, good character, by the way. We have not been celebrating how much this Tink is doing. It is something I feel like people didn't think was going to do very well in comp, because to get your Tinkaton hammer stacks, you basically have to auto attack your enemy like 60 times, and that can involve some running it down, which people don't always think is a good thing in organized play.
I've never done this.
No, yeah.
I am excited. You have to go smack. Sometimes you gotta smack, okay? And then you just do it.
I mean, you have a big hammer. What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
Not gonna smack them?
And it's like all Tinkaton have it, which is crazy, by the way. It's a lot of steel.
Definitely. Speaking of the Tink, he's definitely gonna, oh my gosh, basically almost one-shot the Guardy. She's able to get her ult off, though. Oh, she still goes down. No one on Kiss Kiss has been KO'd yet. I spoke too soon. Espeon is gone. Kiss Kiss still in control. Oh, yeah, in control of the fight, you may say. I'm not sure what our Zera was doing.
The room is I don't know. It's too tricky, I think.
The room was tricky. I understand maybe not wanting to be a Zeraora in a room that could trick you.
Wow. Psyduck's gonna get this with Psychic here. Oh, we're actually bursting. Oh. Yeah,
honestly,
I haven't seen Trick Room do anything. They kind of just, it like adds extra frame drops maybe to your enemy's game.
I feel like it's more valuable as like a dash, but I mean, I guess Shadow Sneak isn't so much as a dash. You obviously have to have a target. It's much more precise. It has more stipulations than dashing through anything pretty
The
much.
snow?
That trick, yeah, and a 1-horse open sleigh.
The boots down house queen.
Exactly. Kiss Kiss now has won this best of 3, resetting our bracket. So we are now going to go into a best of 1. Is that correct, Mr. Seal?
I
Sneaky
believe
did
so.
say-
Stop the seal.
Stop the seal. Stop the
Stop
seal.
the seal.
Now we're talking. 11 KOs out of Phalanx. We did not, I don't know what we were distracted talking about, but the Phalanx did get, I think, a 4 KO streak at one point. Might have even, I don't think it would have been a penta. I think I would have said something if it was a penta, but actually Parasite coming out with the most damage, over 80k. He was working, I'm pretty sure he was like trying to get to their back line when we had the camera on kind of like the Guardy getting dove. So I feel like he was trying to do his darndest, but when your team gets bloated it up, it's difficult.
How do we determine who gets side selection? Are we flipping coins?
I think whoever wins gets to pick the side for seeding is actually going to pick.
Seeding.
Yeah.
They were
And
close, I think. I could be wrong.
I think they seeded Brouhaha higher. I guess I could look at the bracket. That
I guess we could.
I don't actually know where it would show me they're seeded.
I think his was higher because Bruja had to play their match. So I believe
Oh,
Kiss
their
Kiss
first
is gonna,
match? Yeah.
Yeah. Bruja would be below Kiss Kiss, and that means Kiss Kiss is gonna go in with this first pick again.
Yeah, definitely seems to. I feel like it's been not totally detrimental which side you have first, whether it's first or second, but it does seem like first pick is good here.
Yeah, we're one Umbreon auto attack away from another, tournament here being decided.
Yeah, if there's actually a rule where if one Umbreon player secures 3 Rayquazas in one tournament, we have to start the tournament over.
Yeah, yes. Complete redo. Obviously it was a fleet. Right?
Yeah, we just have to redo the whole thing. There's no way.
And that's fine, guys. I got another Celsius. I don't, but I can brew some coffee. And we're going again.
We'll see if it happens. We just have to get an Umbreon secure on the Rayquaza. If that happens,
let's give it up. Let's give it up to Helmet Swag though. He has, man. What do you think the helmet looks like? Is it like, do you think he's just a big fan of helmets? Like, what do you think?
Fan of helmets.
You think it's like helmet swag, comma in there, or do you think he's like, I have helmet swag, which is like a really cool helmet?
I think it's like a cool helmet.
If only there was a way to ask.
If only we could find out, yeah. Someday we'll have interviews, but today's not that day. Until then, we'll just have to fantasize what a swaggy helmet would be.
I'm gonna Charlie Brown walk out of the room.
Womp, womp, womp.
Yep. That's what I hear when you talk, Bridget.
The womp womp?
Womp,
We're not
womp.
even that's not related to what we're doing.
It's become Charlie Brown Christmas episode, guys. Tag yourself. Fair. I'm Lionel.
I'm like blanking on the Peanuts cast. I'm Snoopy.
You're Snoopy?
Yeah. Okay, Sneaky. Back against the wall. What do you do? What do you do here if you're Kiss Kiss and or Brouhaha?
I think you have to lock in.
Crucial.
Locking in, like step 1.
Yeah.
And we should be skipping that step because it's so obvious.
Yeah.
2, Umbreon auto attack. No other guy cares.
Yeah, you don't even really need to like do any of your abilities. I think just Umbreon auto attacking seems to be working for Brouhaha. Kiss Kiss, honestly, the Phalanx cooked.
Yes.
I can't lie.
Could be the answer to Umbreon auto attacks.
I think we're cracking the code here.
Mhm.
One thing for sure, no cats. This cat has been permabanned in these sets.
Okay,
And
we're locking in.
Yeah, okay, step one, lock
Meowscarada,
in.
Meowscarada is not a real character, not allowed to play the game.
Not at all.
Psyduck, they're banning Psyduck from themselves, potentially? That's... maybe they were like, no more Psychic.
Yeah, they're like, this guy only wants to play Psychic. We're tired of it. There's infighting. I'm forging
For sure.
drama. I'm fantasizing drama.
And this is what we need. We need more drama in this.
They're really afraid of this wall. Wrecker is holding on to the Absol for dear life. I think this is... First pick is kind of crazy.
I don't know where his items are, though.
I respect it. Yeah, he's only been running Razor Claw Absol this whole time.
I just saw the items and now they're not there. Hopefully someone notices because they were definitely running Energy Amp before. Is this some sort of YouTube challenge? Win tournament with just one item.
I would respect that. Hoopa and Umbreon. Umbreon coming back to Brouhaha. They know the auto attack is crucial to the strategy. Celestial getting the Miraidon anyway. I feel like they have finally realized that Brouhaha is probably... They haven't stolen it or banned it this entire time, so kind of a non-factor to them, apparently. Oh, Ceruledge.
I like this pick because we're pulling it out in the best of one. And there we go. We're seeing some changes. I'm liking these picks a lot more. We have some, initiative here on Parasite. I wanted to see more burst. I thought Wild Charge was just tickling everybody, and they would heal up the Fool. They had like 3 focus bands. It was very scary. Didn't like it. This though, they can't focus band if they're dead, if they're knocked out in the Pokemon Center with Nurse Joy still alive. Not the D word.
Exactly.
Rosaria on Candle 2? What is this?
Ooh.
We are surprised. We have more champions than you thought.
Yeah, a lot of twists and turns out of Brouhaha. They are back against the wall. Time to do something crazy.
That's
and
awesome.
Apparently it's the Ghosty Fire Boys are the solution.
I'm a big fan of Fires and Ghosts. So I think the anti-heal on the Candle is really good for this Tyranitar Eldegoss combo. You're going to stop some healing from Hello, and I think that's how that works.
Healing stoppage, yes.
Yeah, well, and then even Miraidon heals with Parabolic Charge, so we're doing good. I think if you can get a good ult off too as Candle, you can run away from Absol before he kills you knocks you out in one go.
Yeah.
So we'll see. This is very doable.
Yeah, I'm liking these changes a lot. So hoping that we have another great set. It all comes down to this, Sneaky.
I'm hoping it's a horrible set, actually. That's actually what I'm hoping for this whole time.
Oh.
Parasite on not using the eject button is interesting on Ceruledge because the ult flash combination is very strong.
Definitely. Is it Phantom Force when he goes underground? Is that the Ceruledge moveset nowadays?
When he goes who?
Never mind. We're gonna find out.
Who's he going underground?
The ghost.
The Ceruledge, I don't think he goes underground. Maybe he does, and I don't think I know enough to argue. I don't know where he goes, but I think he disappears for sure.
You're missing the point of the question, but I like where your mind's at.
No, that's going to be the call for the rest of this game. Is he's going underground? All right. A pressing in the top lane here. We got one Shark Boy and one Spooky Girl. Oh, Larvitar was going for maybe Larvitar was going for the stacks. I don't really know. They got 9 points in, so maybe we are stacking.
Yeah, I would have to imagine, but seems like probably the burn from the Armor Rouge was not great for getting them Dunkaroos off, so looks like the Brouhaha jungler is in the top path, but Wrecker has actually wandered down bot path. Probably one of the first times our junglers are in different lanes. Wrecker getting a big KO on that little baby Eevee.
Parasite is level 5 down here. Not sure what they're going to be doing against one Egg, Pupitar, and an Absol, but it looks like they backed off, afraid of the X-Stacks Rule Edge.
Yeah, live in fear of that bad boy. We still have a little baby Eevee, definitely looking to be an Umbreon at this point. Hopefully now that Parasite has that level 5, but their farm...
They're underground.
Oh, I told you. I told you.
They're underground.
Yeah, I told you. Anyway, it looks like our Eevee is desperately trying to siphon some XP off of our jungler. Pretty much a stalemate with Kiss Kiss being the only side with any points on the board. That means anyone stacking on the side of Brouhaha is out of luck. Level's not looking too bad. The Absol is getting big and strong though. Probably gonna have his first ultimate ability by the time the first objective spawns.
Yeah, Parasite not having a lot of fun down here in this bottom path with 0 ganks. Eevee leaving to steal the jungle from their jungler just to level up. This is feeling like a solo queue game, but we'll see what Brouhaha can do to get back into this one. Oblivion bullying everybody once again with that fire breath. I'm surprised. We're going to have to get that blue buff counter going again because I think Kiss Kiss will be doing some invades real soon.
Yeah, they seem to enjoy that. We're once again running this parabolic charge, electro drift. I'm actually not sure if it's parabolic charge. I'm pretty sure it is. But he's drifting. He's drifting. He's once again drifted. I mean, after that previous game, kind of seems like a no-brainer, especially their team is pretty bulky, but if you get on the Candle or the Hoopa, they're not going to have a good time.
I think Ceruledge just teleported top lane with some Ho-Oh burn and then died to Ho-Oh burn.
In the top
Absol.
path?
In the top path, yeah. To maybe an Absol auto attack or something, but that was definitely really interesting. Whatever they tried to do with the Hoopa portal is not going to help Brouhaha get back into this one.
Yeah, especially with that Miraidon passive on the goal zone, they're going to be able to get those dunks in pretty easily. Probably, yeah, also getting the KO on the Hoopa. Ceruledge finally able to get a stack in. Man, I'm sure he's been hurting for that one. I'm not sure if he's stacking. I only have to assume if you're sprinting for that goal zone like that, you need a stack.
This is potential. It's possible for this to go in. Let's see if we can get a good Dragon Rush here. We go. Oh, there we go. Perfect. We have 40 on Candle here. What I would do is I would ult so it's dark and then score 40, but that's just me. And we're...
Or we could get Absol ulted on our goal zone. If you think about it, that could also be a factor as Kiss Kiss is dunking in more and more points. I can't lie, this team comp is nasty. Miraidon, T-Tar, Absol all fully online and running at your tier 2 is not something you want to see necessarily. We do bust out the Candle ult to scare them all away. Honestly, very effective. Get the KO on that T-Tar. Honestly,
and
not bad.
1v1 bottom lane too.
Oh,
it's actually
wow.
looking up. It was pretty bad before, but Ceruledge getting a couple stacks. We've got some XP onto our Garchomp now. I would say with the previous comps we saw that the other team getting ahead is very scary, but these guys are some tank shredding characters for sure.
Yeah, I actually really like the right side team's comp in terms of like ults, especially ults they can use in that Ray fight. I think they are going to be pretty effective, but man, the threat of the Ho-Oh ult is always pretty threatening, one could say, and Oblivion's been using it very well. Be interested to see if they have any plans to try to kind of stop that momentum swing, but Kiss Kiss just gonna get this bottom objective for free as Brouhaha makes a big push on that top side path. Looks like they were able to get pretty many points in, and they're actually in the lead now.
Yeah, more stacks too. Hoopa ult on the bottom side. Ho-Oh being knocked into the middle of the lane. Flying away does not work when the enemy team is doing a ton of damage.
So true. I'm always telling people to do more damage. We wouldn't have any problems. Looks like Kiss Kiss is just kind of like steal some farm away, get them zoned out of this top objective. Some ults coming out, but no KOs just yet. Fighting tooth and nail. Finally, Bruja getting some momentum back. I love to see it. Really nice Hoopa portal. Oh, right into the T-Turtle, but to no avail. Oh my gosh, he Ho-Oh ulted again.
Looks like we used all of our V-Bucks, though, after our Christmas day, because that was only enough V-Bucks there to revive one Pokemon, and it was a low HP Tyranitar, and they instantly got knocked out.
Yeah, not our best performance just yet on the time in terms of that Hoopa ult, but we'll have to see what he's able to do during the Ray fight. I don't think it was too late for the Ho-Oh to have ulted, but the Alecki is going to go on the side of Brouhaha. They don't seem really interested in pushing it, maybe just stealing some farm away while they are distracted with it.
No, you're right. That was a late ult on the side of Kiss Kiss here, though. Not a ton of value. Pretty late. It's going to be hard for them to farm that one back. If the bottom lane birds go over to the side of Brouhaha, there's not going to be too much farm left for the Ho to take.
Wow, they're getting really good picks in this latter half of the game. These past two engages, they've been getting really good Hoopa resets pretty much for free. They really don't have much to knock them out of those portals in this matchup. But looks like the Ray fight might be starting a little early as we're fighting over this Reginald Rock. Oh my gosh, another pick for Brouhaha. Miraidon is down.
Reginald Rock going over to Brouhaha, giving them the advantage into this Rayquaza fight. I believe we have not seen too many third spawned bottom lane Reginalds, and this was the first one giving Brouhaha the advantage in this last best of one. Eldegoss ult coming out.
Yeah,
onto Boar Reach.
Garchomp ulted as well. Brouhaha still has 4, but Kiss Kiss does not seem to have enough. They're not having a lot of luck. Sarah does get KO'd by the Absol. Can Kiss Kiss turn this around with their Ho-Oh ult?
Is it up? It's not up. That's the problem. They also. Oh, they did. Okay. Sorry, my mind. They res. I think they just got Eldegoss. It doesn't. And Tyranitar is respawned. I think they just got Eldegoss. It was not.
I think they just got one. Yeah.
A ton of value, and that's very unfortunate. But we have to reset on the side of Brouhaha, and we only have Umbreon ult left.
That is such a scary Hoopa portal, but they may not have known how close those enemy Pokemon were there. Umbreon still is their ult, but that's kind of it. And I think Brouhaha should know that they're not in the lead right now. It might have said close game, but I don't know. That's definitely outside the 30 range.
Yeah, they know. I think they know they're down. The only possible thing is maybe SteelAgent can farm another ult back, but Celestial's gonna go down on Miraidon. Not good. Absolute finds a couple hits onto Garchomp. Auto attacks coming out, healing and surviving. Eldegoss barely missing their ultimate just in time to save their Absol. Wrecker probably gonna go. Boar Reach probably gonna go down. Oh no.
Really great team fighting on Brouhaha. Was able to get a reset on their Cerulege. Ho-Oh is out though. It's just this Eldegoss, and Brouhaha needs to make something happen. They know they're losing. They have to secure this. Eldegoss has the puff on it though. Saru is able to get the KO. Now they just gotta get one little donkey.
I was terrified of seeing a auto attack get that last hit. Oh my goodness, wait, this is close. I think in the bottom side. Oh my goodness, we almost had all of our shields broken, but that was oof.
Yeah, T-Tar honestly so good here to break through these shields. If they had honestly sent maybe some people to go dunk, I don't think there was enough time to get them all the way there, but wow, that was really, really, really close.
Oof. Congrats on Brouhaha, though, winning that best of one. Finally picking some different things. You know, I think that was the first game we got to see Parasite carry. It wasn't.
Maybe not Cat carry.
Yeah, they did a lot of damage on. I can't remember the pick. They had high damage.
Scizor, I think.
It was Scizor, but it was like I think they lost that one. But it was a good best of one there. A lot of like good swapping up your picks in like a long best of series versus the same team. That was about, I think we saw 6 games, and we hadn't seen Garchomp or Candle or Cerulege from them once.
Yeah, I really loved that they weren't afraid to kind of play something different and really adapt to all these picks that this Kiss Kiss team has been playing pretty much all evening. I mean, it's been working. This is a horrifying team comp to go up against, but Bruja adjusted really well. And honestly, that Ray fight was so fun. It was like they fought for like a minute. I mean, they fought for like 2 whole minutes because they started fighting like 30 seconds before the Rayquaza even spawned. And yeah, they were able to secure the Ray, get 1 dunk, and that's all they needed.
Awesome. What a series. That was actually a really fun one to watch for the last couple hours.
I know. I really enjoyed it. Shout out to all these players. Honestly, they really did great. Helmet Swag gotta be the MVP. I mean, the Umbreon was nasty, and the Snorlax even as well was putting in demon hours. So.
Yeah, the defense. They on that one bottom goal. Fantastic work. Really nice to see these players, and maybe we'll see more of them in 9 days. Ooh.
For January
Cup.
I know, this has gotten me so excited. I haven't like really watched anything since December Cup. I feel like that was the last big tourney, so this was such a fun foray back into the season.
We're hyped. Maybe we saw, a little snapshot of the meta.
I know.
Post patches.
Yeah, for sure.
Trick room, more trick room.
The trick room looked pretty good. I know there wasn't any Mimikyu this game, but just watch any Japan ACL game. You'll see plenty of trick room.
Okay, we'll go see. I'll go see what trick room is cooking up, but I didn't see anything I liked tonight with it. But we'll go see what they're doing over there.
Yeah, take a peek. But yeah, really loved seeing. I keep calling it Chandelure as well. It's kind of Resident Sleeper.
I think he's. Are you saying he's boring to watch?
No, like it's a sleeper pick. Hi, Kyle.
Oh my, Dodrio's on the podcast.
Dodrio took place of Husky. Husky.
Dodrio, I love your work.
Way more heads than her, which is it's a clear advantage.
Well, holy cow. That was an incredible Ray fight.
Yes.
I went on for like 2 minutes, like almost the entire time. I was a little worried there. If T-Tar could have been everywhere, it could have stopped some more of the shields. Like Absol was able to break that one shield, but if T-Tar could have maybe gotten to one of those other lanes, I think they were still down.
Yeah, I think they were still down, but I think Celestial's Miraidon got them super low on their score shield. Like it was so close.
Yeah.
It was so good. Yeah, also it was such a good best of 1, and it was just fun that we got to cast them earlier on too and see them in grands as well. It was fun to see how they were adjusting their strategies along the way.
Yeah, I mean you got 6 games of the same team, same 2 teams. So that's always really fun. I always love getting to see that.
Yeah, when they actually switch it up, because at Worlds no one was switching up their comps, and I was like, please do something.
Do something. You mean Umbreon Mew all weekend long wasn't the best thing to watch?
No, it was Fusion. They said we're running 1 comp and 1 comp only.
Yeah, Fusion. What was that? Yeah, it was it the Fusion OJ sets where it was the same and they for weren't all 6?
And OJ wouldn't change their strategy, and Fusion didn't change their strategy during those sets nor throughout their entire run. It was iconic.
Honestly,
anyway,
so real.
Do what you're good at. What got you there?
Yeah, God's plan.
I've heard the people's favorite thing is when they're on stage and they lose like 1 game, or sometimes they don't even lose a game, and somebody will just be like, change everything, and then everyone's like, what? No, we didn't practice this at all, and then they're like, lock it in, and then they lose the game, and they're like, how can this happen?
Who could have seen this coming?
Who would have thought?
Not me.
Well, congrats to Brouhaha for winning Underdunk 45. Huge dubs. Congrats to Kiss Kiss for making it all the way back and giving us an amazing reset. So I'm really excited. I know y'all are excited for January Cup. I am too. I think this is like the first tournament that I've been able to be part of since this last really 2 patches. And I am loving this patch. It seems like there are a lot of Pokemon on the table right now. But
Definitely
with that, let's go around the room. Maybe Bridget, any words, any thoughts on the tournament, any takeaways for upcoming January Cup?
So much. I feel like so much. I really liked seeing the meta involved. I was interested in the Psyduck bans because I feel like when we did see Psyduck, I wasn't like, oh no, it is definitely still very annoying. I liked seeing Psychic Ran. Curious to see what else it can bring to the table, but not as much Blissey as I would have expected. But
I am honestly surprised we didn't see like Blissey like insta-locked every time. So.
It was Absol insta-lock.
Absol. Oh, wild. Sneaky, same question. What are your big takeaways? Obviously, I think you're playing in January Cup. Any takeaways for you?
It was a fun tournament. These guys are all running like different comps, so I'm not sure what the meta will be, but it looks like everyone's, from what I've seen in the last couple tournaments, running kind of their game. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out on top. I've seen such a mishmash of things, but it was a lot of fun to be a part of it and just hang out with you guys. Even when I wasn't casting, I was watching and hanging out with the production guys. It was good. It was a good time.
Very good. Thank
Love
you for
it.
having us, Kyle. This is
Absolutely.
awesome.
Absolutely. I was glad to get y'all involved. So I'm super excited. Just want to give some final shout outs before we head on out for the night. And it's obviously midnight for anybody that's on the East Coast, myself included. Big shout outs to everyone involved. Shout out to Lordy and Shmeadie for holding down the fort on the TO front, making sure everything ran smoothly on the back end. Big shout out to Bina, who is operating our camera and also getting the team set up in lobby. It's always a huge help and fantastic work. The camera work was splendid. So shout out Bina there. Big shout out to Husky, who was here earlier, but I kicked her off. I didn't kick her off.
Drama.
Maybe. I might have kicked her off. I don't know. Well, TBD.
Oh,
big shout out to
going
you
around.
too.
The rumors going around.
That's the rumors.
Yeah, I've been hearing that.
Me too. I've heard it. Big shout out to you two. Thanks for stopping by and joining. I know it's kind of a long night on a weeknight, but always fun to put on a good show. We'll give final words and then we'll hop out. Bridget, any final thoughts before we head on out?
None for me. Just really excited for January Cup. Can't wait to see SneakySeal win it all.
I'm We're calling it? Are we calling it, Seal?
We're calling it right now, guys.
I'm locking it in. I'm locking it in.
Jeez, man. We're hoping. I'm hoping I wake up on time. All right. I'm calling alarm clock diff.
You're on East Coast. It should be fine.
I'm calling alarm clock diff. We're gonna be the alarm clock team. Is that still happening? Are people getting alarm clock diff?
No, because you can have your sub now.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta get a sub too. Bridget, check your DMs. Check your DMs, Bridget.
I'm not
a sub. It's Ratatouille. Get in here. Join us.
Okay. You might have gotten me there.
We're Ratsuka.
We'll talk.
All right. we're gonna cook some up. All right, folks.
Yeah,
well, stay tuned. We'll be back with Underdunk in 2 weeks. We'll post when everything's happening. So Underdunk every 2 weeks. It's the same time. Most of the time it's in the same place, but we should be back in 2 weeks for that. January Cup, Husky and I will be doing our normal day one stuff. So make sure to tune into that. If you're a pro player and I don't have somebody on your team added on my friends list, please let me know. We'd love to spectate you on day one action and bring the community as many games as possible. Should be a lot of fun. Not to put you on the spot, Bridget, but are you gonna join us for some casting? Maybe.
Yeah, I would love to.
Okay,
I wasn't sure.
I know I'd asked you, and you said
a package deal or not, so I didn't want to intrude.
No. You can
Sneaky's
absolutely
lame and
join.
playing, so
Yeah, sorry.
This is just like when the guy asks to go to prom, like in front of the whole school, and it's like she's gonna tell you no later in DMs.
No, I literally already said yes.
Too late. All right, everybody. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll catch you next time, and until then, we'll see y'all later.
Peace out, Girl Scouts.